This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't shake what happened to me back in 2008. I was 16 and my grandfather had just passed away the winter before. My mom thought it would be a good idea for me to spend part of my summer vacation helping my grandma with her garden in Fairbanks, Alaska. Looking back, I think she was worried about grandma being alone in that big house for the first time in like 50 years. The house itself was this old place built sometime in the 50s. It had survived a bunch of tundra floods over the decades, which grandma was always weirdly proud of. "This house has good bones," she'd say. I'd been there a few times as a kid, but I'd forgotten how massive the basement was. Seriously, it stretched under the entire property and was actually bigger than the main floor of the house. When I arrived, Grandma seemed really excited to show me where I'd be staying. She'd set up this little mini apartment in a section of the basement that had been partially finished. It had a bed, a small dresser, a TV, and this old rocking chair that used to be in my mom's room when she was little. I thought it was cute that she'd gone to so much trouble. What wasn't so cute was the rest of the basement. The unfinished parts were filled with all this weird vintage stuff my grandparents had collected over the years. There were these mannequins from what looked like old department stores just standing around in groups like they were having silent conversations. And the dolls, God, so many dolls from the 70s with those big glassy eyes that seemed to follow you, plus old toys arranged on shelves and tables like kids had just stepped away and would be back any minute to play with them. I didn't say anything to Grandma because she seemed so proud of the space she'd made for me, but the whole vibe was definitely off. She kept saying how nice it would be for me to have my own space and privacy, and I didn't want to seem ungrateful. The first day was fine. We worked in the garden, had dinner, and watched some TV. I was exhausted from the flight and the time difference, so I headed down to my basement apartment around 10. It took me a while to fall asleep. Something about the basement just felt wrong, but eventually I drifted off. I woke up suddenly, completely alert. You know that feeling when you're instantly awake, not groggy at all. My eyes went straight to this old digital alarm clock on the nightstand. It was exactly 3 a.m., not 3:01 or 3:02, exactly 3. I remember thinking that was weird, but what happened next was way weirder. I realized my bed was perfectly made beneath me, like I was lying on top of the covers, and they were completely smooth. No wrinkles, no bunching, nothing. It looked like I hadn't moved a single inch since lying down, but that's impossible, right? Everyone moves in their sleep. I'm a restless sleeper too. My mom always jokes that my bed looks like a tornado hit it in the morning. Then I noticed the cold. It wasn't just chilly. It was this bone-deep, penetrating cold that seemed to come from nowhere. The kind of cold that makes your lungs hurt when you breathe in. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. In Alaska, in summer, in a house with heating. I sat up, thinking maybe the window was open or something, but then I realized there was something else wrong. The silence. Complete, absolute silence. Not the normal kind of quiet you get at night where you can still hear the house settling or the fridge humming or whatever. This was like someone had hit the mute button on the entire world. The silence felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I tried to call out for my grandma, but my voice came out as this pathetic little whisper. I couldn't seem to make myself speak any louder. It was like my voice was being swallowed by the silence. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed darker than they should be. I know that sounds stupid, but they were like abnormally dark. And I swear they were moving, just slightly, pulsing or shifting in a way that shadows definitely shouldn't. Then came the worst part, the feeling of being watched, not just casually observed, but intensely, deliberately studied. Have you ever had someone stare at the back of your head, and you just know it even though you can't see them? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. I felt utterly certain that something was in that room with me, watching me from those unnaturally dark corners. I couldn't see anything specific, no figure or shape, but I knew something was there. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I couldn't breathe properly. My fingers and toes were going numb from the cold. And the whole time that feeling of being watched just got stronger and stronger. I don't know how long I sat there frozen in terror, maybe seconds, maybe minutes. But finally, some survival instinct kicked in. I grabbed my pillow. I don't even know why. Like, what good was a pillow going to do? And I bolted for the door. As soon as I crossed the threshold of the apartment, the temperature changed. It was like walking through an invisible wall. 1 second I was in that grave-like cold, and the next I was back in normal basement temperature. But I didn't stop to think about it. I was in full panic mode, running through the main part of the basement where all those mannequins and dolls were. And of course, because the universe hates me, I slipped. My sock-covered feet just went out from under me on the concrete floor, and I went down hard. I remember the sound my head made when it hit the floor, this dull thud that seemed to echo forever in that silent space. For a split second, I was dazed, looking up at the ceiling, and I swear I saw something move at the edge of my vision. That was enough to get me moving again. I scrambled to my feet and made a beeline for the stairs. In my panic, I missed the first step and crashed into the wooden staircase. I felt this sharp pain in my foot. I found out later I'd broken 2 toes, but I barely registered it. I just started crawling up those stairs on my hands and knees. My fingernails were scraping against the rough wood of the steps. I could feel them bending backward and tearing, but I didn't care. I just needed to get upstairs, away from whatever was down there. I don't even remember reaching the top. 1 minute I was clawing my way up the stairs, and the next I was collapsing onto the living room couch, gasping for breath, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. I pulled an Afghan over myself and just lay there until morning, too terrified to move, too terrified to close my eyes. When my grandma found me in the morning, she didn't seem surprised or concerned. She just smiled this weird little smile and said, "Oh, you didn't like it down there?" Like it was the most normal thing in the world to find your granddaughter looking like she'd seen a ghost, with torn fingernails and what turned out to be broken toes. I made up some excuse about feeling claustrophobic in the basement. She didn't push it, just helped me move my stuff to the guest room upstairs. We never talked about it again. For the rest of my visit, I avoided the basement completely. I wouldn't even go down there to do laundry. I'd ask Grandma to grab my clothes for me, making up excuses about my hurt foot. For years afterward, I convinced myself it was all in my head, sleep paralysis maybe, or just an overactive imagination combined with being in an unfamiliar place. I pushed the memory away and didn't think about it much. Then years later, I was watching The Conjuring with some friends, and there was this scene where all these paranormal things start happening at exactly 3 a.m. The temperature drops, everything goes silent, and there's this feeling of dread. I nearly had a panic attack right there on my friend's couch because it was so similar to what I'd experienced. All those details came flooding back, the clock reading exactly 3, the unnatural cold, the suffocating silence, the feeling of being watched by something that wanted me to know it was there. I never saw anything, no apparition or figure or anything you could point to and say ghost, but I am 100% convinced that something supernatural was in that basement with me that night. I've never been back to that house. My grandma moved to a retirement community a few years later, and the house was sold. Sometimes I wonder if the new owners have experienced anything similar, if they've woken up at exactly 3 a.m. with that feeling of being watched. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I even say? Hey, strangers, your basement might be haunted, but I can't prove it. To this day, I still can't sleep if I can see a digital clock in my room. And basements? Forget about it. I don't care how nice your finished basement is. You couldn't pay me enough to spend a night down there. Some fears just stick with you, you know? And sometimes I still get that feeling, just for a split second, that something is watching me from the dark corners of a room. When that happens, I turn on every light I can find and remind myself that I'm not in that basement anymore. But a part of me will always wonder what was down there with me that night, and what it might have done if I hadn't gotten out when I did. Story 2. I've gone back and forth for weeks about whether to share this story. I've only told a handful of people over the years, and most of them looked at me like I was making it up. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone else has seen something similar. This happened back in 1998 when I was part of a small Baptist church in Flint. Our congregation wasn't huge, maybe 80 regulars on a good Sunday, but we were tight-knit. Everyone knew everyone, which is why newcomers always stood out. I remember the first Sunday Valerie Fleming came to service. It was early March, still freezing cold in Michigan. She slipped in just as Pastor Mike was starting his sermon and sat in the back row. She was rail-thin with this short, gray-streaked hair and these intense eyes that seemed to take in everything. After service, I introduced myself. I was on the welcome committee, and learned she had just moved to the area from somewhere downstate. Something about Valerie drew me to her. Maybe it was how she seemed both confident and vulnerable at the same time. We started meeting for coffee after Wednesday Bible study, and slowly she opened up. She didn't have many friends in Flint, just her and her teenage son in a small rental house on the east side of town. About a month after she started attending, Valerie confided something that made my skin crawl. We were sitting in my kitchen when she just blurted out, "Diana, I need to tell you something about my past." She explained that her family had practiced witchcraft for generations, not the harmless pagan stuff you see nowadays, but serious occult practices involving spirits and entities. She told me she'd been using a Ouija board since childhood, not just occasionally, but daily. She would consult it for everything from what to eat for dinner to major life decisions. "I've decided to leave it all behind," she said, her hands trembling around her coffee mug. "I want Jesus in my life now. That's why I came to your church." I was raised Baptist and had always been taught that Ouija boards and occult practices were doorways to demonic forces. But sitting there with Valerie, I just saw a woman seeking change. I told her I thought she was making the right choice and offered to help her however I could. That's when things started getting weird. The next Sunday, Valerie arrived late to service looking absolutely terrible. Her face was pale and drawn, with dark circles under her eyes. She sat in the back row as usual, but about 15 minutes in, I noticed her rushing to the bathroom. After service, I found her outside, leaning against the building. "I've been throwing up all morning," she confessed. "Started the moment I got in the car to come here." The following Sunday was worse. Valerie came prepared with a small bucket that she kept beside her pew. Throughout the entire service, she was violently ill, yet refused to leave. I sat with her, rubbing her back as she shook and heaved, all while Pastor Mike preached about salvation. After the third week of this, Valerie asked me to come to her house. I'll never forget walking into that place. It was a modest ranch-style home, sparsely furnished, but something felt heavy inside, like the air was thicker, harder to breathe. Valerie's son, Jeremy, a quiet 16-year-old, barely acknowledged me before disappearing into his room. Once we were alone, Valerie broke down completely. "It started the day I decided to get rid of my Ouija board," she sobbed. "I burned it in the backyard, along with some of my spell books. That night, I woke up feeling like someone was sitting on my chest. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, and I saw something. Diana, a black figure standing in the corner of my bedroom." She went on to describe other incidents, objects moving on their own, doors slamming shut, whispers coming from empty rooms, and the physical symptoms, constant nausea, migraines, unexplained bruises on her arms and legs. "It only gets worse when I try to pray or read the Bible," she said, "and Sunday mornings are unbearable. It's like my body is trying to keep me from church." I suggested she talk to Pastor Mike. Valerie was hesitant at first, afraid he would judge her past, but eventually agreed. The following Friday, we met with Pastor Mike in his office. His wife Cheryl was there too, along with 2 church deacons, brothers named Tom and Bill, who'd been with the church since its founding. Valerie recounted everything: her family history with witchcraft, her daily use of the Ouija board, the strange occurrences since trying to leave that life behind. I'll never forget the look on Pastor Mike's face. He wasn't shocked or disgusted. He looked concerned in a way that suggested he'd heard similar stories before. "Valerie," he said gently after she finished, "I believe what you're experiencing may be a type of spiritual oppression, possibly even possession." The word hung in the air, possession. It wasn't something we discussed much in our church, despite being in the Bible. Pastor Mike explained that by inviting spirits through occult practices for so many years, Valerie had likely opened doors that weren't easily closed. These entities were fighting to maintain their hold on her. "We need to remove all occult items from your home," Pastor Mike said. "Then we need to pray over you, what some might call an exorcism, though I prefer to call it a deliverance." Valerie agreed immediately. That evening, Pastor Mike, the deacons, and I went to Valerie's house. We systematically went through each room, collecting anything connected to her former practices: crystals, herbs bundled with strange symbols, books with pentagram markings, small animal bones, and oddly carved figurines. Valerie directed us to hidden spots, under floorboards, inside hollow walls, even buried in potted plants. By the end, we had filled 3 garbage bags. We burned everything in a metal trash can in her backyard while Pastor Mike prayed. Valerie watched, trembling but resolute. The deliverance was scheduled for the next day, Saturday, at the church. Only a few people were invited: Pastor Mike and Cheryl, the deacons, me, and Jeremy, who seemed skeptical but concerned for his mom. Valerie arrived looking worse than I'd ever seen her. She was unsteady on her feet, and her eyes seemed unfocused. We gathered in the sanctuary, and Pastor Mike began with prayer. For the first 20 minutes, everything was calm. Valerie sat in a chair in the center of our circle, eyes closed, breathing heavily. Then it started. It began with a low growl, not like an animal, but not human either. It came from Valerie's throat, yet somehow didn't sound like her at all. Her eyes snapped open, and I gasped. Her pupils had expanded so much that her eyes looked completely black. "You can't have her," Pastor Mike said firmly. "In the name of Jesus Christ, we command you to leave this woman." Valerie's body went rigid, then began to convulse. She threw her head back and let out a scream that still haunts my nightmares, high-pitched and layered, like multiple voices screaming at once. Then she lunged at Pastor Mike. What happened next defies explanation. Valerie was tiny, maybe 5'4" and 95 pounds soaking wet, but she moved with such force that she knocked Pastor Mike, a former college football player, completely off his feet. When Tom and Bill tried to restrain her, she threw them aside like they were nothing. These were big, strong men being tossed around like rag dolls by this small, middle-aged woman. It took 4 of us to finally restrain her. She was foaming at the mouth, speaking in a language none of us recognized. At one point, she looked directly at me and said something in English that made my blood freeze. "I've been watching you since you were a child, Diana." She knew things about me, private things no one could possibly know. Pastor Mike continued praying, his voice growing louder as Valerie's thrashing intensified. This went on for hours. By the 3rd hour, I was exhausted and terrified, but we couldn't stop. Valerie's voice had changed completely. Deeper, guttural, taunting. She threatened us, laughed at us, tried to bargain with us. Around hour 4, something shifted. Valerie's body suddenly went limp. She began to sob, normal human sobs. Pastor Mike placed his hand on her forehead and prayed one final prayer. When he finished, Valerie looked up, her eyes clear and normal again. "Is it over?" she whispered. "We thought it was. We really did. For a few days, everything seemed fine." Valerie called me Tuesday morning, sounding better than she had in weeks. She'd slept through the night for the first time since burning her Ouija board and felt no nausea at the thought of coming to church. But Thursday night, I got a panicked call from her. "Jeremy says there are shadows in his room," she said, her voice tight with fear. He never believed any of this before, but now he's scared. Pastor Mike and I went over immediately. Jeremy was in the living room, refusing to go back to his bedroom. Something was moving along the walls, he insisted, like a person's shadow, but there was no one there. We searched the house again, more thoroughly this time. In Jeremy's closet behind some shoeboxes, Pastor Mike found something we'd missed, a thin book with a unicorn on the cover. It looked innocent enough, like a fantasy novel or journal, but Valerie's reaction told us otherwise. "That was my first grimoire," she whispered. "My grandmother gave it to me when I was 12. Pastor Mike didn't even want to touch it. He used a pillowcase to pick it up, and we took it outside to burn immediately. As the flames consumed it, I swear I heard a high-pitched whine, like something in pain. That was the end of it. The true end. Valerie attended church that Sunday without getting sick. Jeremy even came with her. Over the next few months, she became an active member of the congregation, even joining the choir. I moved away from Flint in 2000 and lost touch with most people from that church. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, or if memory has distorted what really happened. But then I remember Valerie's eyes, completely black, and that voice that wasn't hers, saying things she couldn't possibly know. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. All I know is that I saw something that day that changed how I understand the world. Whatever was inside Valerie, whatever had attached itself to her through years of occult practices, was real, and it didn't want to let her go. Story 3. I've never told this story to anyone who wasn't family, even after 20 years. Typing this makes my hands shake. I guess I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar, or can tell me what the hell happened that summer when I was 12. My dad got a new job in rural Louisiana back in 2003, so we packed up our life in Cincinnati and moved to this ancient farmhouse surrounded by nothing but fields and woods. I was excited at first. The house had this massive yard, a tire swing, and woods to explore. Plus, we brought our golden retriever, Rusty, who was basically my best friend. The first week was awesome. I spent most days running around with Rusty, building a fort in the woods at the edge of our property, and exploring all the weird little rooms in the farmhouse. The place was super old and creaky, with these narrow staircases and doors that wouldn't quite close right. My bedroom was on the second floor, with a window that faced the woods. Things started getting weird on day 10. Rusty, who had always been the chillest dog ever, began acting strange. He wouldn't go more than a few feet into the woods anymore. He'd just stand at the tree line and growl, his fur all raised up. At night, he'd wake us up barking at absolutely nothing, staring at the wall or the window. My dad thought maybe he was just adjusting to the new place, but I'd never seen Rusty like that before. Then we met Nolan Blackwood. Dad and I were fixing the fence between our property and the main road when this old pickup truck stopped. The guy who got out looked about 60, wearing these dirty overalls and a flannel shirt despite the Louisiana summer heat. What I remember most were his eyes, this weird pale gray that seemed to drill right through me. "Y'all the new folks at the Mackey place?" he asked. His voice was deep and gravelly, like he'd been smoking for decades. Dad nodded and introduced us. "I'm Jeff Campbell, and this is my son Nathan." The man's eyes fixed on me when Dad said my name. I still remember the weird little smile that spread across his face. "Nathan," he repeated, like he was tasting the word. "Good strong name for a boy." He introduced himself as Nolan Blackwood and said he lived down the way. He didn't specify where exactly, just gestured vaguely down the road. "You'll want to be careful in them woods," he said, still staring at me. "Things get lost in there. Sometimes they don't come back out the same." Dad's whole demeanor changed. He stepped slightly in front of me and said, "We'll keep that in mind," in that tone he used when he wanted someone to leave. Nolan just kept smiling that weird smile. "Boy, your age should be careful. Woods like people, especially young ones." Then he got back in his truck and drove off. As soon as he was gone, Dad turned to me. "Stay away from that man, Nathan. I don't like the way he looked at you." I nodded, but honestly, I was already freaked out. Something about Nolan felt wrong, like when you see a bug that's just a little too big to be normal. That night, Rusty wouldn't stop barking at my bedroom window. When I finally got up to check, I swear I saw something move at the edge of the woods, just a shadow, but it was enough to keep me awake most of the night. The next day, Mom noticed Rusty wasn't eating. He kept pacing between the front door and my room, whining and staring out windows. When I tried to take him outside to play, he practically dragged me back to the house, refusing to go anywhere near the woods. 3 days after meeting Nolan, I was lying in bed when I heard it, a soft scratching sound at my window. At first I thought it was just a tree branch, but our house didn't have any trees close enough to touch the second floor. I pulled my blanket up and tried to ignore it, but then it got louder, more deliberate. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then I heard my name. Nathan. It was barely a whisper, but clear as day. My whole body went cold. I wanted to call for my parents, but I couldn't make a sound. The scratching continued. Nathan, come to the window, Nathan. It was Nolan's voice. I knew it was, but how could he be outside my second-story window? I lay frozen in bed for what felt like hours until I finally gathered enough courage to peek. What I saw still haunts my nightmares. Nolan was standing in our yard, looking up at my window. Even from the second floor, I could see his face was wrong, too pale, almost glowing in the moonlight. His eyes looked hollow, like black pits, and he was smiling this horrible, stretched smile that was way too wide for a normal face. I blinked, and he was gone, just vanished. I ran to my parents' room crying, telling them everything. Dad grabbed his shotgun and went outside while Mom stayed with me. He searched the entire property but found nothing. No footprints, no evidence anyone had been there. The next morning, Dad called the sheriff. He described Nolan and asked if they knew him. The sheriff looked confused and said there was no one named Nolan Blackwood in the area. Dad then described him physically, and the sheriff's face changed. "Mr. Campbell," he said slowly, "you might want to consider getting a security system, or maybe even thinking about moving on." Dad pressed him for more information, but the sheriff just shook his head and said, "Just keep your boy close, and that dog of yours, listen to it." Dad wasn't satisfied with that answer. He spent the next day driving around talking to neighbors about Nolan. What he found out terrified him enough that he came home and immediately started calling moving companies. Apparently, no one had ever heard of a Nolan Blackwood, but 3 different neighbors, when shown a sketch Dad had drawn, went pale. One elderly woman crossed herself and refused to talk further. Another guy told Dad that he'd seen that man standing at the edge of his property multiple times, always staring at his house. The third, a local who'd lived there for decades, told Dad that the description matched a man who'd supposedly died in 1972 after killing 3 children in the woods behind our property. That night, Mum and Dad sat me down and told me we were moving as soon as possible. They'd found a house back in Cincinnati, and we'd be out within the week. I was relieved, but also terrified about getting through the next few days. Dad slept in my room with his shotgun that night. Rusty was there too, but he kept growling at the window. I pretended to sleep, but I could hear Dad get up several times to check outside. The next few days were a blur of packing and paranoia. Rusty refused to go outside at all now, even to use the bathroom. He'd have accidents in the house rather than step foot outside. He barely ate and spent most of his time either under my bed or staring at the windows and doors. The night before we were supposed to leave, I had the worst nightmare of my life. I dreamed I woke up to find Nolan standing at the foot of my bed. His eyes were completely black, and his smile stretched literally from ear to ear. He leaned down and whispered, "Nathan, I've been waiting for you. The woods are hungry." I woke up screaming to find Rusty barking frantically at my bedroom door. Dad rushed in with his shotgun, but again, there was nothing there. But the window was open. The window Dad had made sure was locked before we went to bed. We left that morning, not even waiting for the moving truck to arrive. Dad just threw our essential belongings in the car, and we drove straight back to Cincinnati, leaving most of our stuff behind. Dad arranged for the moving company to pack everything else and ship it later. Rusty went back to normal almost immediately after we left Louisiana. It was like a switch had been flipped. He started eating again, playing, and acting like his old self. We never talked about Nolan or what happened in that house. My parents just told family and friends that the job hadn't worked out and we moved on with our lives. But I've never forgotten. I'm 32 now, married with a kid of my own. I've never told my wife the full story. How do you explain something like that? How do you tell someone that you're still afraid of looking out windows at night because you might see a face staring back? Sometimes when it's really quiet at night, I swear I can still hear him whispering my name. And last week, my 5-year-old son asked me why the old man with the big smile was standing in our backyard. I don't know what Nolan Blackwood was. I don't know if he was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. All I know is that whatever was in those Louisiana woods knew my name, and sometimes I feel like it's still looking for me. Story: I've been a safari guide in the Lowveld region for almost 15 years now. People always ask me why I chose this life, sleeping in tents, battling the elements, and working in an environment where I'm not always at the top of the food chain. The pay isn't great, the conditions can be brutal, and you're always covered in a layer of dust that becomes part of your skin. But there's something about being out here that gets into your blood. Last winter, I experienced something that I still can't fully explain, something that fundamentally changed how I view my relationship with the wilderness I've dedicated my life to. It was the third night of a 5-day walking safari. I was guiding with my colleague Ben, and we had 4 German tourists with us, a middle-aged couple and their adult children. They were experienced travelers but new to walking safaris, where you don't have the safety of a vehicle between you and whatever's out there. We traveled light, just the essentials. Each morning we'd break camp and walk about 8 to 10 kilometers through the bush before setting up at a new location. This particular evening we'd found a decent spot near a dry riverbed. The sandbank showed plenty of tracks. Impala, kudu, a couple of hyenas had passed through maybe 2 nights before. Nothing concerning, just the usual traffic you'd expect. After dinner around the campfire, Ben and I took turns explaining the tracks we'd seen that day, the behavior of the elephants we'd observed from a safe distance, and the significance of certain birds in local folklore. The night was unusually cold for the season. The tourists turned in around 9, and Ben and I maintained the fire until about 10, speaking in low voices about tomorrow's route. The wind had picked up, which is always a bit of a double-edged sword. On one hand, it masks human scent, which can prevent unwanted attention from predators. On the other, it also makes it harder to hear what's moving around you. The clouds had rolled in too, hiding the stars and moon that normally light up the savannah night. I crawled into my small one-person tent around 10:30. My rifle was propped in the corner within arm's reach as always. I drifted off to sleep quickly. Years in the bush will teach you to get rest when you can. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I first became aware of something different, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. I was half asleep, drifting in that hazy state between dreams and wakefulness. The first thing I noticed was warmth against my back, a strange, concentrated heat pressing through the tent wall. In my groggy state, I initially thought it might be the morning sun, but it was still pitch black. Then I felt the rhythm, a slow, steady pressure that slightly moved the canvas of my tent in and out. Something was breathing behind me. My tent was small, just big enough for my sleeping mat and backpack. I was lying on my side, with my back maybe 15 centimeters from the tent wall, and on the other side of that thin canvas barrier was something large and alive. The realization jolted me fully awake, but I remained absolutely still. My heart was hammering so hard I was certain whatever was out there could hear it. My mind raced through possibilities. A buffalo? No, the breathing was too regular, too calm. An elephant? Unlikely to come so close without me hearing its approach. Then I felt it shift slightly, and the pressure against the tent wall increased. Whatever it was had settled more firmly against my tent. The breathing continued, deep and rhythmic. I could feel the heat radiating through the canvas, a living furnace on this cold night. "Liam?" Ben's whisper came from his tent, pitched about 5 meters from mine. "Are you awake?" I hesitated before answering, not wanting to disturb whatever was pressed against my shelter. "Yeah," I whispered back, as quietly as possible. The moment I spoke, I felt the presence behind me stir. The pressure against my tent eased as the animal stood. I heard a soft, huffing exhale, not aggressive, more like acknowledgement. Then came the sound of padded footsteps moving away, slow and deliberate. "What was that?" Ben whispered. "Not sure," I replied, though by now I had a strong suspicion. "Let's talk in the morning." Neither of us slept much after that. I lay awake, straining my ears for any sound of return, my rifle now clutched in my hands. But the night remained quiet except for the persistent wind. At the first hint of dawn, I unzipped my tent and crawled out. Ben emerged at the same moment. Without speaking, we both began examining the ground around our campsite. It had been too dark to see anything when the animal departed, but now, in the gray morning light, the story was written clearly in the sand. Lion tracks. Big ones. A male, judging by the size. The prints told a clear tale. The lion had approached our camp from downwind, circled once, then settled directly against the side of my tent where I had been sleeping. The impression of its body was still visible in the sand, a shallow depression right against my tent wall. "Jesus, Liam," Ben muttered, crouching to examine the tracks more closely. "He was right up against you." I nodded, following the tracks with my eyes as they led away from camp and down toward the riverbed. "Let's keep this between us for now," I said. "No need to frighten the clients." Ben agreed. We started the morning fire and prepared coffee before the tourists emerged from their tents. Over a simple breakfast, we discussed the day's planned route, as if nothing unusual had happened. Years of guiding teaches you to maintain calm, even when your mind is reeling. After breakfast, while the group was packing up, Ben and I followed the lion's trail a short distance. The tracks continued down the riverbed before turning into thicker bush about half a kilometer away. The lion hadn't been stalking us or showing predatory behavior. It seemed he had simply been drawn to the warmth in the cold night. Throughout that day's walk, I kept replaying the encounter in my mind. The lion had every advantage. I was asleep, separated from my rifle, with nothing but canvas between us. Had he wanted to, he could have easily torn through my tent, but instead, he had simply lain down beside me, sharing warmth on a cold night. I've spent countless hours in the bush, observing lions from vehicles and occasionally on foot from a respectful distance. I've seen them hunt, mate, fight, and play. I've studied their behavior and taught others about their social structures and hunting patterns, but nothing in my training or experience had prepared me for this intimate encounter. That night at our new campsite, after our clients had gone to bed, Ben and I sat by the fire and finally discussed what had happened. "In 15 years of guiding, I've never heard of anything like it," Ben said, poking at the embers with a stick. "Lions don't do that. They don't just cuddle up to humans." "It was looking for warmth," I suggested. "Simple as that. It was a cold night. It sensed body heat, and it didn't register me as a threat or as prey." "Maybe," Ben replied, though he sounded unconvinced. "Or maybe you've just been accepted by the king of beasts." He laughed softly, but there was something in his eyes, a mixture of awe and perhaps a hint of envy. The rest of the safari continued without incident. We spotted plenty of game, including a brief glimpse of a different lion pride at a distance, but nothing compared to my midnight visitor. When we returned to base camp, I filed the standard post-trip report, mentioning all wildlife sightings, except for the lion that had pressed against my tent. Some experiences feel too personal, too sacred to reduce to an official record. In the months since, I found myself thinking often about that night, about the breathing of the lion, so close I could feel its warmth, about the strange intimacy of lying there, separated by mere centimeters from one of the world's most efficient predators, yet somehow sharing a moment of, what? Connection? Mutual need? Simple coexistence? I've tried to rationalize it. Perhaps the lion was old or sick and seeking warmth. Maybe it had become habituated to humans from too many vehicle encounters, but the tracks told me it was healthy in its prime. And in all my years here, I've never known a lion to lose its natural wariness of humans on foot. What stays with me most is the reminder of how thin the line is between safety and danger in the bush. We guides spend so much time teaching people how to avoid dangerous situations. Keep your distance, make noise when walking through thick brush, never run from a predator. We create rules and systems to maintain the illusion of control. But that night taught me the most important lesson of all. Ultimately, the wilderness isn't evil or kind. It simply exists on its own terms. Sometimes, even when you've done everything right, something dangerous might lie down beside you in the dark. And if you're lucky, when morning comes, it simply walks away, leaving you to see another day. I still guide walking safaris. I still sleep in a small tent under the African stars. But now, whenever I feel the wind pick up and the night grow cold, I lie awake a little longer, listening for the soft pad of approaching feet, for the deep breathing of a visitor seeking nothing more than warmth in the darkness. Story 5. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. It's been about 15 years now. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still feel that same lump in my throat thinking about it all. I was 8 years old when my mom got diagnosed with breast cancer, young enough to not fully understand what was happening, but old enough to know something was terribly wrong. I remember the day my dad sat me down to explain it. His eyes were red and puffy, and he kept clearing his throat between sentences. I'd never seen him cry before that day. "Mom is very sick," he'd said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "The doctors are going to try to make her better, but it's going to be a tough time for all of us." The next 6 months were a blur of hospital visits, strange smells, and whispered conversations between adults who would immediately stop talking when I walked into the room. My mom started losing her hair, and she got thinner and paler with each passing day. Still, she always had a smile for me, even when I could tell she was in pain. By the time I turned 9, the doctors told us the treatment wasn't working. Mom was coming home, but not to get better. My dad moved their bed into the family room downstairs because Mom couldn't climb the stairs anymore. Our living room became this weird hospital-like space with medications lined up on the coffee table and a bedside commode that embarrassed Mom so much she would cry sometimes when she had to use it. I spent as much time as I could sitting with her. Sometimes we'd watch TV together, but mostly I'd just sit and hold her hand while she slept. She slept a lot toward the end. The hospice nurse, a kind woman named Sarah with a soft voice, explained that the medicine to help with Mom's pain made her very sleepy. It was during one of those quiet afternoons that I first felt it. Mom had been unconscious most of the day, her breathing shallow and raspy. Dad was in the kitchen talking to the hospice nurse, and I was sitting in the armchair next to Mom's bed, flipping through a book without really reading it. The feeling came over me suddenly, this absolute certainty that someone else was in the room with us. I looked around, expecting to see my dad or the nurse, but there was nobody, just Mom and me. But the feeling persisted. It wasn't scary, though. That's what was weird. It felt like warmth. Like someone was standing behind me with their hands on my shoulders, only not physically touching me. I remember whispering, "Hello," and feeling kind of silly about it afterward. Nobody answered, of course, but the presence remained, and somehow it made me feel less alone. Over the next few days, that feeling came and went. Sometimes I'd feel it when I was alone in my room at night, other times when I was sitting with Mom. I told my dad about it once, and he got this strange look on his face. "That's probably your grandma watching over you both," he said. His voice cracked a little. "She always promised your mom she'd be there for her no matter what." My grandmother, my mom's mom, had died 2 years before, and I didn't remember her very well. But the idea that she might be there, invisible but present, made a weird kind of sense to my 9-year-old brain. Mom died on a Tuesday morning in April. I wasn't there. Dad had taken me to school, trying to keep some semblance of normalcy in my life. When he picked me up that afternoon, I knew before he said anything. His face told me everything. We drove to the hospice facility where they'd moved her the day before, and I got to say goodbye, but she was already gone. Her body was there, but the thing that made her my mom wasn't. The next few weeks were a confusing mess of funeral arrangements, relatives staying over, and casseroles dropped off by neighbors who didn't know what else to do. People kept patting my head and telling me what a brave little girl I was, which made me want to scream because I didn't feel brave at all. I felt scared and angry and so incredibly sad that sometimes I couldn't even breathe. And then, gradually, everyone went home. The phone stopped ringing constantly. Dad went back to work and I went back to school. Life was supposed to go on, but it felt like we were just going through the motions. That's when the new presence started. It was different from before. The warmth I'd felt while Mom was sick, what Dad had said was probably my grandmother, that had faded after Mom died. This was something new, something that made the hairs on my arms stand up, but not in a frightening way. The first time I really noticed it was about 3 weeks after the funeral. I'd had a particularly rough day at school. Some kid had made a thoughtless comment about me not having a mom to help with the Mother's Day project, and I'd spent most of the afternoon hiding in the bathroom trying not to cry. That night I crawled into bed feeling empty and cold and so desperately lonely. I lay there thinking about Mom, about how she used to tuck me in at night, how she'd always brush my hair back from my face and kiss my forehead, how I'd never feel that again. I must have cried myself to sleep because the next thing I knew, I was drifting in that hazy place between sleeping and waking, and that's when it happened. I felt the mattress dip slightly, like someone sitting on the edge of my bed. Then the gentlest touch as my hair was tucked behind my ear, exactly the way Mom used to do it. I wasn't afraid. In my drowsy state, it seemed perfectly natural. I opened my eyes just a little, and I swear I saw her face, smiling down at me. I felt her warmth, smelled that familiar scent of the vanilla lotion she always used. "Mom," I mumbled, already drifting back to sleep. I felt a soft kiss on my forehead, and then nothing. When I woke up the next morning, it took me a few minutes to remember what had happened. Had I dreamed it? It had felt so real, but how could it be? I didn't tell my dad. I was afraid he'd think I was making it up, or that I was losing my mind with grief. But it happened again a week later, and then again. Not every night, but often enough that I started to look forward to bedtime. Those brief moments when I could feel her presence were the only times I felt any peace. By the time I turned 10, the visits had become less frequent. Maybe once a month I'd feel her tucking me in or sitting on the edge of my bed. Sometimes I'd catch a whiff of her vanilla scent while I was doing homework or watching TV. Once, when I was sick with the flu and Dad was frantic because my fever wouldn't break, I felt a cool hand on my forehead and heard a soft humming, the lullaby Mom always used to sing to me. My fever broke that night. The last really clear encounter happened when I was 12. I was still living in the same house, sleeping in the same bedroom. Middle school had started, and it was rough. I'd had a huge fight with my best friend that day, the kind of dramatic falling out that only preteen girls can have. I'd come home in tears, and Dad had tried his best to comfort me, but he didn't really understand. That night, I cried myself to sleep again, feeling like the whole world was against me. Around 2 in the morning, I was awakened by a tapping sound at my bedroom door. Tap, 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 pause, tap. It was Mom's knock, the special pattern she always used when she knew I was upset and wanted to check on me without startling me. I sat bolt upright in bed, fully awake this time. "Mom," I whispered into the darkness. The tapping came again. Tap, 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 pause, tap. I scrambled out of bed and rushed to the door, yanking it open. The hallway was empty and dark, but there was this cold draft that rushed past me, making me shiver. For just a second, I thought I saw a shadow move at the end of the hall near the stairs, and then it was gone. I stood there for what felt like forever, hoping she'd come back. She didn't, at least not in a way I could see or hear. But as I crawled back into bed, I felt that familiar dip in the mattress, that warmth spreading over me like a blanket. I fell asleep feeling protected and loved. We moved out of that house when I was 14. Dad had met someone new, a kind woman named Elaine who never tried to replace Mom but gave us both so much love and support. The new house was smaller but brighter, with a garden that Elaine loved tending. I was nervous about moving, afraid that whatever connection I had with Mom would be severed if we left the old house. The night before the move, I sat in my empty bedroom surrounded by packed boxes and whispered to the empty air, telling Mom where we were going, assuring her that I wasn't forgetting her, that I would always love her. I felt nothing in response, and I cried myself to sleep for the first time in years. In the new house, I never felt her presence again. Not like before. Sometimes I think I catch a hint of vanilla in the air, or feel a momentary warmth when I'm especially sad or worried, but nothing as tangible as what I experienced in our old home. Now, as an adult with a family of my own, I often wonder about those experiences. Was it really Mum's spirit staying behind to comfort me? Was my grief-stricken mind creating what I needed most, or was it something else entirely? I don't have answers, but I know what I felt, what I experienced. And sometimes, late at night when my own daughter is sleeping, I stand in her doorway and watch her breathing peacefully. And I wonder if my mom is watching too, from wherever she is now. I wonder if she knows that I tell my daughter about her brave grandmother who fought so hard, who loved so deeply, and who, perhaps, found a way to stay with her little girl even after she was gone. All I know for certain is that during the darkest time of my life, when I needed her most, my mother found a way to let me know I wasn't alone, and for that, I will be forever grateful. Story 6. What? I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. Even 50 years later, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was 13 when it happened, and to this day, I can't explain what occurred in my aunt's house that afternoon. I grew up in a small town in northeast Ohio in the 60s. My Aunt Martha owned this massive Civil War-era mansion about 20 minutes from our house. This wasn't just any big old house. It was enormous, with 3 full stories, a partially finished attic, and a basement that seemed to go on forever. The place had high ceilings, ornate woodwork, and these weird little hidden passages that connected rooms on opposite sides of the building. As a kid, I was both fascinated and terrified by those passages. My aunt rented out rooms to various people, though, weirdly, I never actually saw any of these tenants. Not once. My mom would drop me off to visit my cousin Ellie on weekends sometimes, and I'd stay overnight. I hated those visits. Not because of my cousin, Ellie was great, but because that house felt wrong. There's something I need to explain about my aunt. She and her 3 sisters practiced witchcraft. I'm not talking about the modern Wiccan stuff. This was old-school rituals with symbols drawn on the floor kind of stuff. They had books with strange writing and kept dried herbs and crystals everywhere. My parents were devout Christians, and so was I, but they never seemed concerned about my visits. Maybe they didn't know what my aunt was into, or maybe they just didn't believe in it. But that house? I've been in old houses before and since, but never one that felt like that. It's hard to put into words. The best I can describe it is that it felt like the house itself was watching you, like it was aware. When you walked into a room alone, it never really felt empty. I remember telling my mom once that it was the evilest feeling house I've ever been in, and she just laughed it off. Kids and their imaginations, right? The day it happened was in early October. The weather had just started to turn cold, and the leaves were changing. My mom dropped me off around 1 in the afternoon. Aunt Martha and Ellie were supposed to be home all day, but almost as soon as I arrived, they said they needed to run into town for groceries. I remember feeling a flash of panic at being left alone in that house, but I was 13, too old to act scared. "We'll be back in 30 minutes tops," Aunt Martha said, grabbing her purse. "Just make yourself at home, Sarah." I nodded, trying to look casual about it. Ellie promised to bring me back a candy bar, and then they were heading out the door. I decided to wait in what they called the schoolroom, a small room on the first floor that had probably once been used to teach children. It had tall windows looked out over the driveway, so I could see when they returned. The room had a few old desks, a chalkboard, and bookshelves filled with worn textbooks from the 30s and 40s. I stood by the window and watched them get into my aunt's blue Oldsmobile. They backed out of the driveway and disappeared down the tree-lined street. I remember checking my watch. It was 1:23. I figured I'd be alone until around 2. The house creaked as it settled, which was normal for an old building, but in that house, every sound made me jump. I had brought a book with me, so I sat down at one of the desks and tried to read. The schoolroom was right next to the main staircase, which led both upstairs to the bedrooms and down to the basement. I'd been reading for maybe 5 minutes when I heard it. "Hey, Sarah, come here a minute." It was Ellie's voice, clear as day, coming from the basement. I froze, my book slipping from my fingers onto the desk with a thud. A chill ran through me instantly because I knew I had just watched Ellie leave with my aunt. There was no way she could be in the basement, no possible way, but it was her voice, not just similar. It was exactly her voice, with her specific way of talking, the tone, the inflection, everything. "Sarah, can you come down here? I need to show you something." My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The voice sounded so normal, so casual, like Ellie had just run back in without me noticing and gone to the basement for something. But I knew that wasn't possible. I had watched them drive away less than 10 minutes ago. The most terrifying part wasn't the impossibility of it. It was the overwhelming feeling that came with the voice. The moment I heard it, I felt this sense of evil. Pure, concentrated malice. It's hard to explain, but it was like the air itself became thick with it. Like something ancient and horrible was waiting at the bottom of those stairs, something that knew exactly how to sound like my cousin. I sat completely still, barely breathing. The voice called again. "Sarah, don't you want to see what I found? It's really cool." The pitch was perfect. The words were exactly what Ellie might say. But that feeling, that horrible skin-crawling feeling told me that whatever was calling me wasn't Ellie. It wasn't human at all. I realized 2 things at that moment. First, I had left my jacket upstairs in Ellie's room, and second, to get to the front door, I would have to walk past the basement stairs. I considered just leaving without my jacket, but it was getting cold outside, and I'd have to explain to my mom why I left it behind. Plus, my house key was in the pocket. I was going to have to go upstairs. The voice called again, sounding slightly impatient now. "Sarah, are you coming?" I stood up as quietly as I could, my legs shaking so badly I had to grip the desk for support. The distance from the schoolroom to the main stairs wasn't far, maybe 15 feet, but I'd have to pass directly by the basement door. It was always kept open because the latch was broken. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the schoolroom. The hallway seemed darker than it had been before, though nothing had changed with the lighting. The basement door was a black rectangle in the wall, a gaping mouth leading down to whatever was calling me. I tried to walk casually, thinking irrationally that if I didn't show fear, maybe the thing wouldn't know I had heard it. I was about halfway to the stairs when the voice called again, louder this time. "Sarah, I can see you. Come down here." It still sounded like Ellie, but there was something underneath it now, something wrong, like 2 voices speaking at once, one of them not human at all. I panicked and ran. I sprinted past the basement door without looking at it and took the stairs 2 at a time up to the 2nd floor. I could feel something watching me from that dark doorway, something that was angry now that I wasn't obeying. The upstairs hallway was long and lined with doors to various bedrooms. Ellie's was at the far end. As I ran down that hallway, I swear every door I passed creaked slightly, as if something behind each one was pressing against it, wanting to get out. I burst into Ellie's room and grabbed my jacket from the bed. As I turned to leave, I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate steps coming up from the 1st floor. Whatever had been in the basement was coming up after me. I stood frozen, staring at the bedroom door I'd left open. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and stopped. Then, Ellie's voice again, but different now, distorted, like she was talking through water. "Sarah, why didn't you come when I called? Don't you want to play?" The footsteps started again, coming down the hall toward Ellie's room. I looked around desperately for somewhere to hide, but there was nowhere that felt safe. Then I remembered the secret passages. There was an entrance to one of them in Ellie's closet, a small door behind her hanging clothes that led to a narrow corridor. Ellie had shown it to me during a previous visit. The passage connected to another room on the opposite side of the house. I yanked open the closet door, pushed aside the clothes, and found the small wooden door at the back. It opened with a creak that seemed impossibly loud. The footsteps in the hallway quickened. I squeezed through the tiny door into the passage. It was pitch black inside and smelled of dust and old wood. I pulled the door closed behind me just as I heard whatever it was enter Ellie's bedroom. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for my shoulders, and completely dark. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I felt my way forward, moving as quickly and quietly as I could, one hand on the wall to guide me. Behind me, I heard the closet door open. Then, the small door to the passage began to rattle. It was trying to get in. I moved faster, no longer caring about being quiet. The passage seemed longer than I remembered from when Ellie showed it to me. I should have reached the other side already. Had I taken a wrong turn? Was that even possible in a straight corridor? The rattling behind me stopped. For a moment, I thought maybe it had given up. Then I heard something that still haunts my nightmares, the sound of the passage door opening, and then something dragging itself into the corridor behind me. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it, a wet, sliding sound, like something heavy pulling itself along. I ran. I crashed into walls, scraped my hands and face, but I kept moving. Finally, my hands found another door. I pushed it open and tumbled out into one of the guest bedrooms on the other side of the house. I didn't stop. I ran out of that room, down another staircase at the back of the house, through the kitchen, and out the back door. I ran all the way down the street to a small convenience store about half a mile away. The clerk must have thought I was crazy, a teenage girl, out of breath, wild-eyed, with scratches on her face. I told him I needed to use the phone to call my mom. I made up some excuse about not feeling well, and she came to pick me up. I never told her what happened. I never told anyone. I just said I didn't want to go to Aunt Martha's anymore, and after some arguing, my parents finally stopped making me visit. About a week later, my mom mentioned casually that Aunt Martha had called, saying one of her tenants had moved out suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. I remember getting chills when she said that. I never set foot in that house again. A few years later, my aunt sold it and moved to Florida. The house was eventually torn down, and they built some kind of medical facility on the property. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had answered that call. If I had gone down to the basement when that thing called me using Ellie's voice. Would I have disappeared? Would I have died? Or would something worse have happened? I still don't know what it was. Some demon my aunt's witchcraft had called up? A ghost? Something older than the house itself? All I know is that whatever it was, it knew me. It knew my name. And it knew exactly how to sound like someone I trusted. It's been over 50 years, and I've never experienced anything like that again. But I still can't sleep with my closet door open, and I still get a chill down my spine whenever someone calls my name from another room. Story 7. My friend Tyler had been living in this old house in Portland for about a year. It was one of those classic Portland homes, probably built in the 1920s, with wooden floors that announced your every step, narrow staircases, and those weird little architectural details that give old houses character. You know the type. Slightly slanted door frames, oddly placed light switches, and those strange little built-in shelves that don't quite make sense. Tyler had invited me up for Halloween weekend. I hadn't seen him since he moved from Seattle, and I was excited to check out his new place and meet his roommates. I drove down on Friday afternoon, arriving just as the sun was setting. The house looked exactly like you'd expect, slightly worn but charming, with a small front porch and tall windows. There were already some Halloween decorations scattered around, a plastic skeleton hanging from the porch light, fake cobwebs in the bushes, and a couple of carved pumpkins that were starting to collapse in on themselves. When I pulled up, Tyler came bounding out the front door, same old Tyler with his messy brown hair and that ridiculous beard he'd been growing. We hugged, did that awkward half handshake thing guys do, and he helped me grab my bag from the car. "Dude, I'm so stoked you're here," he said, leading me into the house. "Everyone's getting ready for this huge Halloween party tonight. You're still cool with that, right?" I nodded, following him through the front door into a cramped entryway that opened into a living room filled with mismatched furniture. Two of his roommates, Jess and Alex, were in the kitchen arguing about whether tequila or vodka made better Halloween punch. They waved hello before continuing their debate. "Your room's upstairs," Tyler said, leading me up a narrow staircase that creaked under our weight. "Well, it's technically the office, but there's a futon. Sorry, it's not fancy." The upstairs hallway was dimly lit, with 4 doors leading off it. Tyler pointed them out as we passed. His room, Jess's room, Alex's room, and at the end of the hall, the bathroom. The office, where I'd be sleeping, was really just a small room with a desk shoved against the wall and a futon that had seen better days. "Make yourself at home," Tyler said. "We're heading out around 9, so you've got time to settle in and get ready. I've got this awesome zombie makeup I'm doing." I unpacked my small overnight bag and checked my phone. It was just after 6, so I had plenty of time. I'd brought some basic Halloween makeup too. Nothing fancy, just some white face paint, eyeliner, and fake blood. I was going for a generic undead look, nothing that required actual skill. Around 7:30, I grabbed my makeup bag and headed to the bathroom to get ready. The bathroom was exactly what you'd expect in an old house. Cramped with black and white tile floors, a clawfoot tub with a shower attachment, and a single overhead light that cast everything in a yellowish glow. There was a small window high on the wall, currently closed against the October chill. I set my makeup on the counter and looked at myself in the mirror. The bathroom was cold. I could see my breath forming little clouds when I exhaled. I turned on the hot water tap, letting it run to warm up the room a bit. Steam began to rise, fogging the mirror slightly at the edges. As I started applying the white face paint, I noticed something unusual to my right. There was a small square opening in the wall, about 2 feet by 2 feet, with a little wooden door. I hadn't noticed it when I first came in. Curious, I opened it and peered inside. It was a laundry chute, dropping straight down to what I assumed was the basement. I could see nothing but darkness below. I returned to the mirror and continued with my makeup. I had just started applying black eyeliner around my right eye, pencil poised carefully against my eyelid, when something changed. It's hard to explain, but the air in the bathroom suddenly felt different, heavier somehow, like that moment before a thunderstorm when everything goes still. My stomach twisted with an unexplainable anxiety. You know that feeling of butterflies, but not the good kind, more like when you're about to give a speech you're not prepared for. The bathroom had gone completely silent. I couldn't even hear the usual creaks and groans of the old house anymore. That's when it happened. On the back of the toilet sat a fresh pack of toilet paper rolls, one of those 6-packs still wrapped in plastic, but with the top torn open. Without any movement, draft, or explanation, I watched as one full roll tipped forward from the pack. It didn't fall or tumble. It almost glided, like it was being gently pushed by invisible fingers. The roll landed on its side on the toilet tank lid and began to unravel. Not quickly, like when a cat attacks a toilet paper roll, but slowly, deliberately. The paper started streaming out in a steady flow, as if someone was carefully pulling it. But here's the truly bizarre part. The toilet paper wasn't just unraveling onto the floor, it was feeding directly into the open laundry chute. I stood frozen, eyeliner still pressed against my eyelid, watching as this toilet paper roll systematically emptied itself. The white paper disappeared into the dark square of the laundry chute, like some kind of magic trick. A continuous stream flowing downward. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. My brain kept trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe there was a draft I couldn't feel. Maybe the toilet paper roll was defective. Maybe, but no explanation made sense. When the last sheet finally pulled away, the cardboard tube spun in 3 perfect circles on the toilet tank lid before coming to a complete stop, like a coin settling after being spun. The moment it stopped, the heaviness in the air lifted. I could suddenly hear noises from elsewhere in the house again. Distant laughter, music playing from someone's room, the normal creaking of floorboards. I stood there for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, staring at the empty cardboard tube, my hand still frozen in place with the eyeliner. Then came a knock at the bathroom door that nearly made me jump out of my skin. "Cam, you almost done in there?" It was Tyler's voice. I managed to croak out a, "Yeah, just a minute," though my voice sounded strange even to my own ears. I quickly splashed some water on my face, smearing the half-applied makeup, and opened the door. Tyler stood there in his zombie makeup, looking excited until he saw my face. "Dude, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to smile, but it felt more like a grimace. Something weird just happened. Tyler raised an eyebrow. "Weird how?" I hesitated, knowing how it would sound. A toilet paper roll just unraveled itself into the laundry chute. I expected him to laugh, to make some joke about me pre-gaming too hard for the party. Instead, his expression changed to something I couldn't quite read. "Come with me," he said, turning toward the stairs that led to the basement. I followed him downstairs, through the kitchen where his roommates were mixing drinks, and to a door I hadn't noticed before. Tyler flicked on a light switch, illuminating a steep staircase leading down to what was clearly the basement. The basement was like most old house basements: concrete floor, exposed pipes, washing machine and dryer in one corner, boxes of storage stacked against walls. Tyler led me to the area directly beneath where the bathroom would be. There, on the concrete floor, was the toilet paper, but it wasn't in a messy pile like you'd expect if it had just fallen down a chute. The toilet paper was folded perfectly, neat zigzags, one on top of another, like someone had carefully arranged each section as it came down. "What the hell?" I whispered. Tyler looked at me, his face serious despite the zombie makeup. "I came down here to grab some extra cups for the party. I was standing right here when toilet paper started coming down the chute. It was folding itself, like invisible hands were catching each section and folding it before the next one came down." We stared at each other, then back at the neatly folded toilet paper. "Is this some kind of prank?" I asked. "Did you rig something up there?" Tyler shook his head. "I thought you were messing with me, actually, like you found the laundry chute and decided to freak me out." "I was just standing there doing my makeup when it happened," I said. "The roll just moved on its own." We both went quiet for a moment, the implications sinking in. If I wasn't pranking him and he wasn't pranking me. "Has anything like this happened before?" I asked. Tyler hesitated. "Not exactly like this, but there have been some weird things. Lights turning on and off, objects not being where we left them. Jess swears someone whispered her name once when she was alone in the house." I looked around the basement, suddenly aware of how the shadows seemed to stretch in the corners. "And you guys just live with this?" Tyler shrugged. "It's Portland. Every old house has stories. Besides, nothing bad has ever happened. It's just odd stuff." We actually started calling it the toilet paper ghost after Jess found a roll completely unraveled in her room one morning with no explanation. We ended up going to the Halloween party that night, but I couldn't shake the feeling of what I'd witnessed. We didn't tell the roommates. Tyler thought they might freak out if they knew the toilet paper ghost was becoming more active. I stayed 2 more nights in that house and nothing else happened, at least nothing I witnessed. But every time I walked past that bathroom, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the old house's poor insulation. It's been 3 years and Tyler still lives in that house. We don't talk about it much, but occasionally he'll text me things like, TPG struck again with a picture of something inexplicable. A stack of magazines arranged by color when nobody remembers doing it. Kitchen towels folded into perfect triangles. I'm still not saying I believe in ghosts, but I know what I saw that day, and I know what Tyler saw in the basement. Whatever was in that house, whatever is in that house, has a weird thing for organizing paper products, and to this day, I can't look at a roll of toilet paper without feeling that same heaviness in the air, that same anxious twist in my stomach, wondering if it's about to move on its own. Story 8. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened in that old house. I've told this story to a few close friends, but I've never shared it publicly until now. When I was a kid, we moved around a lot. My mom was always looking for better job opportunities, cheaper rent, or sometimes just a change of scenery. That all changed when my great-grandmother got sick. Mom wanted to be closer to help take care of her, so we settled in this old house about 30 minutes outside the city. It wasn't anything special to look at, just your typical two-story house with faded siding and creaky floorboards. But it was the first place that actually felt like home to me. I was too young to remember moving in. According to my mom, I was barely walking when we first arrived. What I do remember, crystal clear, is what happened when I was about 4 or 5 years old. It was a Sunday afternoon in the middle of summer. The house was quiet, almost too quiet. Mom had fallen asleep on the couch after lunch. She'd been working double shifts that week and was completely exhausted. I'd been napping too, but woke up feeling thirsty. Not wanting to disturb her, I decided to get a glass of water from the kitchen by myself. Our house had this long hallway that connected the living room to the kitchen. The walls were covered with these awful floral wallpaper patterns that seemed to shift and move in the shadows. As I was walking down that hallway, something caught my eye, just a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. I turned my head toward our dining room, which branched off from the hallway. That's when I saw her. There was a woman coming through the wall, not walking through a doorway, literally emerging from the solid wall itself. She was tall, incredibly tall, maybe 6 or 7 feet. Her skin was unnaturally pale, almost translucent, like you could see right through her if you looked hard enough. She had this long brunette hair that hung down past her waist, and she was wearing a flowing white dress that seemed to move even though there wasn't any breeze. On her head was something that looked like a crown or headdress, also white, with intricate patterns I couldn't make out. But it was her eyes that really got to me. They were fixed directly on me, unblinking and intense. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. I could feel her staring into my soul. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, frozen, staring back at this impossibly tall woman who had just materialized out of nowhere. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We stayed like that, locked in this bizarre standoff for what felt like forever but was probably only about a minute. Then she started moving toward me. Not walking exactly. It was more like she was gliding across the floor. When she got closer, she slowly knelt down, bringing her face level with mine. That's the last thing I remember before everything went black. I woke up to my mom frantically shaking me, my aunt on the phone with 911, and my uncle checking my pulse. They told me I'd been unconscious for almost 3 hours. Mom found me collapsed on the hallway floor when she woke up from her nap. They thought I might have hit my head or had some kind of seizure. I tried to tell them about the woman, but they brushed it off as a dream or my imagination running wild. You probably got dizzy and fell, my mom said, but the worry in her eyes told me she wasn't convinced by her own explanation. The doctors couldn't find anything wrong with me. No concussion, no seizure activity, nothing. They chalked it up to a vasovagal syncope. Basically, I fainted from being scared or stressed. But they couldn't explain what scared me in the first place. After that incident, I refused to walk down that hallway alone. I'd make up excuses, ask someone to come with me or go the long way around through the back door. My family thought I was being silly, but they humored me. I think they were more worried about me than they let on. For a couple of years, nothing else happened. No more apparitions, no more fainting spells. I started to convince myself that maybe it had been my imagination after all. Maybe I had just dreamed the whole thing up. Then came the second encounter when I was 7. It was a weekday evening and I was watching cartoons in the living room. When a commercial came on, I decided to run upstairs to grab my favorite stuffed animal. Our staircase ran alongside my mom's bedroom, with a small landing at the top that led to all the upstairs rooms. As I reached the top of the stairs, something made me stop and look through my mom's open bedroom door. That's when I saw it, a Jack Russell Terrier walking casually around my mom's bed. Now, we didn't have any pets. Mom was allergic to most animals, and she worked too much to take care of one anyway. But there it was, a small white and brown dog with perky ears, trotting around as if it belonged there. Unlike my experience with the tall woman, I wasn't terrified this time. Confused, yes. Startled, definitely, but not scared out of my mind. There was something almost comforting about the little dog. It seemed so normal, so ordinary, despite the fact that it shouldn't have been there at all. I stood completely still, watching it circle the bed. Then, as if sensing my presence, it stopped and turned to look at me. We stared at each other for what felt like 5 full minutes. Its eyes were dark and intelligent, almost human-like in their awareness. It cocked its head to one side, as if it was curious about me too. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the dog turned away and walked straight into the wall beside my mom's dresser. Not into a door or a vent or any kind of opening, just directly into the solid wall, and then it was gone. I didn't faint this time. I stood there for a few more minutes trying to process what I'd just seen. Then I slowly backed away, went downstairs, and curled up on the couch. I didn't tell anyone what happened. After the reaction I'd gotten to my story about the tall woman, I figured no one would believe me anyway. Life went on. I grew up in that house, graduated high school, and eventually moved out to go to college. I never saw the tall woman or the dog again, though sometimes I'd get an uneasy feeling in certain parts of the house, like someone was watching me. It wasn't until I was home for Thanksgiving break during my sophomore year of college that any kind of explanation emerged. Mom and I were cleaning up after dinner, and somehow we got on the topic of the previous owners of our house. "Did you know an old lady used to live here before us?" Mom asked casually as she rinsed a plate. "No," I said, suddenly interested. "What was she like?" "I don't know much about her," Mom admitted. "The realtor mentioned she'd lived here for decades before she passed away. Apparently she was quite tall. People in the neighborhood called her the gentle giant because she was so kind despite her imposing height." My hands froze in the middle of drying a glass. Was she brunette? Did she wear her hair long? Mom looked at me curiously. "I think so. Why do you ask?" I hesitated before continuing. "Did she have a dog?" Mom's eyebrows shot up. "Actually, yes, a Jack Russell Terrier, if I remember correctly. The realtor mentioned it because they had to replace some of the baseboards that the dog had chewed up." She put down the dish she was washing. "How did you know that?" I took a deep breath and told her everything. About the tall woman in the white dress, about fainting in the hallway, about seeing the dog years later. To my surprise, she didn't dismiss it this time. "You know, when we found you unconscious that day, you were ice cold to the touch," she said quietly. "The doctors couldn't explain it. Your body temperature was way below normal, like you'd been lying in snow, not on our hallway floor in the middle of summer." We stood in silence for a moment, both processing this information. Do you think they were ghosts?" I finally asked. Mom shrugged. "I don't know what to think, but I've lived in this house for almost 20 years now, and sometimes I swear I can hear nails clicking on the hardwood floor at night, like a small dog walking around." She gave a small, nervous laugh. "I always told myself it was just the house settling." That conversation was the first time my mom had ever acknowledged that something strange might have happened in our house. It wasn't exactly validation, but it was close enough. To this day, I still don't have a good explanation for what I saw. Were they really the ghosts of the previous owner and her beloved pet, somehow still attached to the place they had called home? Was it all just an overactive childhood imagination combined with some unexplained medical episode? I honestly don't know. What I do know is that those experiences changed me. I'm more open to the idea that there are things in this world that we can't easily explain. Sometimes late at night, when I'm visiting my mom and the house is quiet, I find myself listening for the sound of dog nails on hardwood, or glancing down the hallway, half expecting to see a tall figure in white emerging from the wall. I never see anything anymore, but sometimes, just sometimes, I feel like they're still there, watching, waiting. For what, I couldn't tell you, and that uncertainty is what still keeps me up at night. Story 9. I still haven't told many people about what happened that night on the beach. It's been almost 2 years now, and I've tried to convince myself it was just some local kids playing a sick prank, but deep down I know it wasn't. There was something else about it, something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I used to love finding secluded spots to camp, places off the beaten path where I could just be alone with my thoughts. I had this whole system where I'd drop pins on Google Maps whenever I found a good spot, building my own little collection of getaways. This particular beach wasn't on any tourist maps or websites. I found it by accident while exploring the coastline one day, and it immediately became my favorite. To get there, you had to park at this unmarked pull-off from a county road, then hike through about a quarter mile of dense woods before crossing some rolling sand dunes. It wasn't an easy trek carrying camping gear, but that was part of the appeal. The difficulty kept the crowds away. That September afternoon was perfect. Warm enough to enjoy the beach, but cool enough that I knew the night would be comfortable for sleeping. The sky was that brilliant clear blue you only get in early fall, and there wasn't another soul in sight when I arrived. I set up my small one-person tent on a little ridge of dry sand, safely above the high tide line but with a perfect view of the water. From my spot, I couldn't see a single sign of civilization. No buildings, no distant lights, not even any passing boats, just endless water stretching to the horizon, woods behind me, and miles of empty beach in both directions. It felt like I had discovered my own private world. I spent the day collecting shells, reading, and just letting my mind wander. As the sun started setting, I made a small dinner on my portable stove and sat watching the sky turn from blue to orange to deep purple. The stars came out by the thousands. You forget how many there are when you live in a city. I remember thinking how perfect everything was as I crawled into my tent that night. The rhythmic sound of the waves was hypnotic, and I fell asleep almost immediately. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. Late, probably somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had disturbed me. Then I heard it, a light brushing sound against the outside of my tent, just a soft, gentle contact with the fabric. My first thought was that it was just the wind picking up, maybe blowing some beach grass against the tent. I rolled over, trying to go back to sleep, but then I heard it again, more deliberate this time. Something or someone was touching my tent. I froze, trying to control my breathing. The sound moved slowly from one side of the tent to the other, like someone was running their hand along the outside wall. I told myself it must be an animal, maybe a raccoon or a fox, curious about the strange structure on their beach. Then the brushing stopped, and for a moment I thought whatever it was had gone away. That's when the pressure started. It began with gentle pushes against the tent fabric, like fingers testing the material, not aggressive or violent, just methodical. Then I noticed it wasn't just happening in one spot. The tent walls were being pressed inward from multiple directions simultaneously. I was lying there in the dark, watching as the walls of my tent bowed inward all around me, as if hands were pressing against every side. I could see the distinct impressions of what looked like palms and fingers pushing through the thin nylon. Some were larger, some smaller, but they were everywhere. I remember thinking that I should scream or call out, but my voice wouldn't work. I was paralyzed with fear, afraid that any sound might provoke whatever was out there. The pressure continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes. The tent never tore, and whatever was out there never tried to get in. They were just testing, holding, surrounding me. And the silence was the worst part. If it had been kids or pranksters, there would have been whispering or stifled laughter. If it had been animals, there would have been sniffing or movement sounds, but there was nothing, just the pressure of those hands and the distant sound of waves. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the pressure vanished. All at once, as if on some silent signal, the hands withdrew. I lay there for what must have been at least 20 minutes, not daring to move, barely breathing. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. Eventually, I managed to reach for my flashlight with trembling hands. I debated whether I should look outside or just wait until morning. The thought of staying in that tent for hours, not knowing what was out there, finally became unbearable. I had to look. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out, pointing my flashlight through the narrow opening. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just my little camp area and the beach beyond. Then I angled the light downward and my blood went cold. Surrounding my tent in the soft sand were dozens of footprints. Some were barefoot with clear toe impressions. Others looked like they came from shoes of various sizes. There were small ones that might have belonged to children and larger ones from adults. They were everywhere, forming a complete circle around my tent. What made it even more terrifying was the pattern. These weren't the footprints of people who had walked up to my tent. They were positioned facing inward, as if people had been standing in a circle around me, and they were perfectly spaced, about 2 feet apart, like they had arranged themselves with deliberate precision. The tracks led away in different directions. Some went back toward the dunes and the trail to the parking area. Others continued along the beach in both directions. A few even led directly into the water. I was too terrified to leave. The thought of encountering whoever had made those prints in the darkness was worse than staying put, but I was also too frightened to go back to sleep. I just sat there, flashlight in one hand, my pocket knife in the other, watching and listening until the first gray light of dawn appeared. As soon as it was light enough to see clearly, I packed up faster than I ever had before. I didn't bother with breakfast or even properly folding my gear. Just stuffed everything into my backpack and practically ran back through the dunes and woods to my car. During that panicked hike back, I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I would see people following me. But the beach and dunes were empty. I didn't relax until I was in my car with the doors locked, driving away as fast as the winding coastal road would allow. When I got home, I spent hours searching online for any reports of strange incidents in that area. Ghost stories, local legends, crime reports, anything that might explain what had happened. I found nothing. I even considered reporting it to the police, but couldn't figure out what exactly I would tell them. That invisible people had surrounded my tent, that I'd found footprints on a public beach. The most logical explanation is that it was a group of people who deliberately tried to frighten me, maybe locals who didn't want outsiders camping on their beach. But what I can't get past is the complete silence. No whispers, no laughing, no sounds of people running away afterward. Just that controlled, deliberate intimidation and then nothing. I deleted the GPS marker for that beach from my Maps app the same day. I haven't been camping alone since then. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I imagine I hear that same soft brushing sound against my bedroom walls, and I have to turn on all the lights and check that my doors and windows are locked. I still go to other beaches during the day, but I catch myself scanning the shoreline, looking for footprints that form too perfect a pattern. Sometimes I wonder if they're still there, visiting that beach at night, surrounding empty tents or just standing in their circle under the stars, waiting for the next person to discover their private beach. What keeps me up at night isn't the fear that they wanted to hurt me. It's the realization that they didn't. They just wanted me to know they were there, watching, and sometimes that's so much worse. Story 10. I never told anyone this before. I'm not sure why I'm sharing it now, but I still think about it constantly. It's been 20 years, and I still can't go into a basement alone. Not any basement. Not ever. When I was 10, my family had to move in with my great-grandfather temporarily. My dad had gotten a new job in another state, and our house sold faster than expected, but the new one wasn't ready yet. We needed somewhere to stay for about 3 months, and my great-grandfather had this huge old house with plenty of room. I'd been to the house many times before for holidays and stuff, but I never liked it. It always felt wrong, like someone was watching me. I'd hear knocks in empty rooms or the sound of something falling over when nobody was around. My parents always blamed it on the house settling or the wind, but I knew better. The day we moved in, my great-grandfather gave us a weird rule. We could only use the first floor and the basement. The second floor was completely off limits. No explanation, just stay off the second floor. My parents didn't question it. It was his house after all, but I was super curious. There was a door at the end of the hallway that led to the stairs going up to the second floor. It had one of those old-fashioned glass doorknobs that was really cold to the touch, like it was always freezing even on hot days. My dad made sure to close it every night before we went to bed, but almost every morning I'd notice it was open a crack. Not wide open, just slightly ajar, like someone had opened it during the night and didn't close it properly. I mentioned it to my mom once, and she got this weird look on her face. She told me to stop making things up and to leave the door alone. After that, I stopped talking about it, but I still noticed it happening. The basement, though, that was the worst part of the house. It was mostly finished with old wood paneling and this disgusting brown carpet that always felt damp. The ceiling was super low. My dad had to duck in some spots, and he's not even that tall. There were multiple side rooms with these heavy wooden doors that seemed way too thick for a normal house. Some of them wouldn't even open. They were locked or stuck or something. The lighting down there was awful. There was one bare bulb at the top of the stairs and one of those pull-string lights in the middle of the main room. The rest was just dark and cold, always cold, even in the middle of summer when the rest of the house was boiling. We kept our deep freezer down there because there wasn't room for it upstairs. It was pushed against the far wall in this little alcove near one of those locked side rooms. Getting anything from it meant walking through the whole basement, past all those doors. One afternoon in July, about a month after we moved in, my mom asked me to go get some chicken from the freezer for dinner. I didn't want to go down there. I never wanted to go down there. But my mom was busy cleaning and my dad was at work, so I didn't have a choice. I remember every detail of that day so clearly. It was around 4 in the afternoon, hot and sticky outside. I was wearing my favorite blue shorts and this Pokemon t-shirt I'd gotten for my birthday. I remember taking a deep breath before opening the basement door and flicking on that single pathetic light bulb. The stairs creaked so loud as I went down. Each step seemed to announce my presence to whatever might be waiting below. When I reached the bottom, I pulled the string for the center light and made my way to the freezer. The freezer was one of those chest types where you have to lean over to dig around inside. I opened it and started moving stuff around, looking for the chicken. The cold air felt good against my face after being in the stuffy basement. That's when I heard it, a loud crash from one of the side rooms, like something heavy had fallen over. I froze, no pun intended, with my hands still in the freezer. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe something had just shifted or fallen on its own. Houses make noises, right? That's what adults always say. I went back to digging through the freezer, moving faster now. I couldn't find the chicken and was starting to panic a little. Then I heard something else. Footsteps. Not like normal footsteps. These were heavy, deliberate, like someone twice my size was stomping slowly across the basement floor, coming from one of those side rooms. Boom, boom, boom. I slammed the freezer shut without grabbing anything and turned around. There was nothing there that I could see, but the footsteps kept coming. Boom, 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 getting closer. I ran to the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. When I reached the top, I grabbed the doorknob and twisted it. It wouldn't open. I twisted harder, jiggling it frantically. It felt like it was locked from the other side, but that wasn't possible. We never locked this door. There wasn't even a key. The footsteps were getting closer. Boom, boom, boom. Whatever it was at the bottom of the stairs now. I could feel it behind me. I was crying and shaking, still desperately trying to open the door. "Mom!" I screamed, pounding on the door with my fist. "Mom, the door's stuck!" The footsteps started up the stairs, slow and methodical. Boom, boom, boom. I didn't dare look back. I just kept yanking on the doorknob, tears streaming down my face. The thing was right behind me now. I could feel its presence, like a cold weight pressing against my back. There was a smell too, something musty and wrong, like wet dirt and rotten meat. Then something slammed into the door right next to my head. Bang! The whole door shook in its frame. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed in my life, and suddenly the door opened. I practically fell through it, scrambling away on all fours like an animal before jumping to my feet. I slammed the door shut behind me and backed away, staring at it in terror. There was one final thud against the door from the other side. Thud, then silence. My mom came running from the kitchen asking what was wrong. I was hysterical, trying to explain between sobs that something had chased me up the stairs and tried to get me. She kept asking me what I saw, but I hadn't seen anything. I'd only heard it and felt it. My dad checked the basement when he got home from work. He said there was nothing down there, nothing had fallen over, and the door definitely wasn't locked. It probably just stuck because of the humidity. He made me go back down with him to face my fears, but whatever had been there earlier was gone. Or it was hiding. I refused to go to the basement alone after that. Not once during the rest of our stay. I'd make any excuse, or just flat out refuse no matter what punishment I got. Some things are worse than being grounded. We moved out about 2 months later when our new house was ready. My great-grandfather died the following year, and the house was sold to some family I never met. Sometimes I wonder if they've experienced anything similar, or if that thing in the basement was only interested in me. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe there was a logical explanation for everything, the door sticking, the sounds I heard. But deep down, I know what happened was real. The thing that bothers me most is that I never found out what was on the second floor. After the basement incident, I was too scared to even think about investigating the forbidden upstairs. Sometimes I have nightmares where I'm back in that house and I'm climbing those stairs to the second floor. In the dreams, I reach the top and find a long hallway with doors on either side, just like the basement, and all the doors are opening, one by one. I'm 30 now. I own my own home, a one-story ranch with no basement. When my wife and I were house hunting, that was my one non-negotiable requirement. She thinks it's because I'm worried about flooding or maintenance issues. I've never told her the real reason. Just last week I was home alone while my wife was visiting her parents. I was washing dishes in the kitchen when I heard it. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps coming from somewhere inside my basementless house. I dropped the plate I was washing and it shattered in the sink. The footsteps stopped. Then, after a moment of silence that seemed to stretch forever, they started again. Boom, 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 coming closer. I ran out the front door and sat in my car until my wife came home hours later. I told her I'd seen a spider. She laughed at me, but I didn't care, because I know what I heard. The same footsteps from 20 years ago. And sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to fall asleep, I swear I can hear them again, moving slowly around our house, searching, waiting. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it followed me, but I know it's real, and I know it's still out there. And I'm terrified that someday I'll find out what happens when it finally catches me. Story 11. I've been trying to make sense of what happened to me back in 2013, but I still can't explain it. I was 19 at the time, living at my dad's place after my first year of college didn't work out. Money was tight, and moving back home was my only option. My bedroom was in the basement, not ideal, but it gave me privacy at least. The basement was nothing special. Concrete walls painted an ugly beige color, a small window near the ceiling that barely let in any light, and this musty smell that never went away no matter how many air fresheners I used. My bed was just a mattress on a basic metal frame, pushed against the far wall. The floor was always cold, even in summer, so I had this ratty area rug that covered most of it. I've always struggled with insomnia, but it was particularly bad during this period. I'd lie awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with thoughts about how I'd screwed up at college and what I was going to do with my life. My dad would be asleep upstairs by 10, and the house would get so quiet you could hear the refrigerator humming from the kitchen above. This particular night in late October, I remember it was freezing in my room. The heating in the basement was always crap, and I had 3 blankets piled on top of me. It was well past midnight, probably closer to 2 or 3 in the morning, and I was wide awake as usual. I'd turned off my phone because scrolling through social media was just making me feel worse about my situation. The basement was pitch black. I'm talking complete darkness where you can't even see your hand in front of your face. I was lying on my back, eyes wide open even though I couldn't see anything, when I heard it for the first time. At first it was just a faint sound, like something lightly dragging across a surface. It was so quiet I thought I might have imagined it. You know how your mind plays tricks on you in the dark. I dismissed it as the house settling or the pipes making noise, which happened pretty often in that old house. I closed my eyes again and tried to focus on my breathing to help me fall asleep. Then I heard it again, but clearer this time. A scratching sound, gentle at first, like fingernails lightly dragging across wood. It stopped after a few seconds, and I found myself holding my breath, straining to listen. When it came back, it was more deliberate. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I realized with a jolt that the sound was coming from directly beneath me, under my bed. My heart started racing immediately. I wanted to tell myself it was just mice or something, but we'd never had rodents in the house before, and this didn't sound small enough to be a mouse. I lay completely still, afraid that any movement would make whatever was under there aware of me. The scratching continued, becoming more frantic with each passing minute. It wasn't random anymore. It had a rhythm to it, almost like someone trying to get my attention. Scratch, 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 pause. Scratch, 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 pause. Then it changed. It wasn't just scratching anymore. I heard a dull thud, like someone hitting the underside of my bed frame. The thud was followed by more scratching, more urgent now, more desperate. I could feel my mattress vibrating slightly with each impact. I've never been more terrified in my life. I was paralyzed with fear, my entire body rigid. I wanted to scream for my dad, but my throat had closed up, and I couldn't make a sound. All I could do was lie there, feeling the increasing violence of whatever was beneath me. The scratching turned into clawing, and the thuds became punches, hard enough that I could feel them pressing against my back through the mattress. It was like someone was trapped in a coffin, desperately trying to break free, and I was lying on top of the lid. The sound was no longer just coming from one spot. It was moving all across the underside of my bed, from one end to the other. I remember thinking, this isn't happening. This can't be real. But the physical sensation of those impacts against my back made it impossible to deny. Whatever was happening, it was very, very real. The worst part was that I couldn't see anything. The darkness was absolute, and my imagination was filling in the blanks with the most horrifying images. Pale hands with long fingernails, scraping and clawing at the wood. A distorted face pressed against the underside of my bed, mouth open in a silent scream. I don't know how long I lay there. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The scratching and pounding continued, getting more violent, more desperate. I could feel sweat soaking through my t-shirt despite how cold the room was. Then something in me snapped. I don't know if it was fear turning into adrenaline or what, but suddenly I wasn't just scared, I was angry. This thing, whatever it was in my space, terrifying me in my bed. A surge of rage rushed through me, temporarily overpowering my fear. In one frantic movement, I threw off my blankets and jumped out of bed. I practically flew across the room, slamming my hand against the light switch. The sudden brightness was blinding, but I didn't care. I dropped to my knees and bent down to look under the bed, shouting, "What do you want from me?" Nothing, absolutely nothing was there. The scratching had stopped the instant I left the bed. The space underneath was empty except for some storage boxes and a layer of dust. I pulled everything out, checking each box, running my hands along the floor, looking for any sign of what could have made those sounds. There wasn't even a mark on the underside of my bed frame. I sat on the floor, my back against the wall, for the rest of the night with all the lights on. I couldn't bring myself to get back in that bed. When morning finally came, I was exhausted, but too wired to sleep. I told myself I'd dreamed it or hallucinated from sleep deprivation, even though I knew I'd been wide awake the whole time. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. Who would believe me? My dad would just think I was trying to get attention or making excuses about why I was so tired all the time. So I kept it to myself and tried to forget about it. For the next few nights, I slept with a flashlight under my pillow and would frequently shine it under the bed to check. I even started putting heavy boxes under there, filling up as much of the space as possible. Eventually, after a couple of weeks without incident, I started to convince myself it had been a one-time thing, maybe some weird waking nightmare. Life went on. I got a part-time job at a local store, started saving money to maybe go back to school. My dad decided to rent out the spare bedroom upstairs to help with the mortgage, and about 4 months after my experience, Ali moved in. She was in my biology class at the community college I'd started attending part-time. We weren't close friends, but we got along well enough. Ali seemed to settle in fine. She was quiet, kept to herself mostly, and was barely home because of her work schedule. The arrangement was working out for everyone. On her third night in the house, I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when she came downstairs. It was around midnight, and I assumed she was just getting a glass of water or something. But when I looked up, I felt a chill run down my spine. Her face was completely drained of color, and her hands were visibly shaking. "Hey, you okay?" I asked, putting down the knife I was using to spread mayo. She looked at me for a long moment before speaking. "This is going to sound crazy," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But something really weird just happened in my room." I felt my stomach drop. "What do you mean?" She sat down at the kitchen table, still trembling. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when I heard this scratching sound coming from underneath my bed. The hair on my arms stood up. I hadn't told anyone about my experience, not a single soul. "It started off quiet," she continued, "but then it got louder, more frantic. And then there was this pounding, like someone was hitting the bottom of my mattress. I could feel it against my back. I couldn't speak. My mouth had gone completely dry. I jumped out of bed and turned on the light, but there was nothing there, nothing at all." She looked up at me, her eyes wide with fear. "Am I going crazy? Is there something wrong with me?" I sank into the chair across from her. "No," I managed to say. "You're not crazy." "Has this happened before?" she asked, reading something in my expression. I nodded slowly. "To me? In the basement. Months ago. We stayed up until dawn, comparing our experiences. Every detail matched. The progression from light scratching to frantic clawing and pounding, the way it felt against our backs, how it stopped the moment we got out of bed, and the emptiness underneath when we looked. Ali moved out the next day. She made up some excuse to my dad about a friend offering her a cheaper place, but I knew the real reason. I would have left too if I could have afforded it. I still live in that house. My bedroom is upstairs now. I convinced my dad to let me move into Ali's old room after she left. I told him the basement was too damp and it was making my allergies worse. He didn't question it. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear faint scratching coming from somewhere in the house. I turn up my music or put on headphones and try to ignore it. I don't know what was under my bed that night, or under Ali's. I don't know if it was the same thing or if there's something about this house that attracts whatever it was. All I know is that I never look under my bed anymore, and when I go to sleep, I make sure no part of my body is hanging over the edge. Story 12. I was Officer James Merritt back then. 34 years old, 8 years on the force at Crestwood PD in Pennsylvania. Small department, 23 officers total. I liked my job. Thought I was one of the good guys. Funny how fast that can all come crashing down. That Tuesday started like any other shift. Fall in Pennsylvania meant the leaves were turning. Crisp air, Halloween decorations going up around town. I had paperwork to finish from an arrest the night before, just a drunk and disorderly, nothing serious. Our evidence room was in the basement of the station, this old converted municipal building from the 70s. Smelled like mildew and old paper down there. I was filing some property when I noticed something odd about the back wall. There was this slight draft coming from behind a metal storage shelf. At first I thought it was just poor insulation, but when I moved some boxes, I saw what looked like a seam in the wall. I pushed the shelf aside and found a door. Not even a hidden door, really. Just painted the same color as the wall with no handle, but definitely a door. I was trying to figure out how to open it when Lieutenant Holloway came down. Mark Holloway was my direct supervisor, 20 years on the force, always by the book. But when he saw me standing there, his face, I'd never seen him look like that, pale, eyes wide, like he'd seen a ghost. "What are you doing, Merritt?" he asked. His voice was steady but tight. I remember pointing at the door. "Found this? Didn't know we had another room down here." Holloway stepped between me and the door. "That's just storage, nothing to concern yourself with. Evidence from before we digitized." He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I need you upstairs. Chief wants the patrol schedules redone." I knew something was off. Holloway was sweating in a cold basement. His hands were shaking slightly, but I nodded and followed him upstairs. What else could I do? Later that day, Teresa Vasquez, one of our senior officers, cornered me in the break room. She'd been with Crestwood PD for 15 years, one of the few who survived what they called the restructuring in 1998. "I saw you talking to Holloway in the basement," she whispered, checking to make sure we were alone. "Whatever you think you found down there, forget it, for your family's sake." That's what she said. Not for my sake, for my family's sake. I had a wife and 2 kids at home. Emma was 7, Jake was 5. The way Teresa said it made my blood run cold. "What's behind that door, Teresa?" I asked. She just shook her head. "Some things are better left alone, James. Trust me on this." Then she walked away. That night at home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. My wife Laura could tell something was wrong, but I brushed it off as work stress. I didn't sleep at all. Instead, I used my laptop to search through our department's history. Most of it wasn't digitized, but we had access to the local newspaper archives. What I found kept me up till morning. Between 1992 and 1998, 7 people went missing in our jurisdiction. All investigations went cold. No bodies found, no resolution. But the thing that made my stomach turn, 5 of those people had last been seen being questioned by Crestwood police. Routine traffic stops, minor infractions, then nothing. Gone. And then in 1998, the disappearances stopped. That same year, Chief Werner retired suddenly, and half the department was replaced in what they called a modernization initiative. New procedures, new hierarchy, new people, including Holloway's promotion to lieutenant. I went back to work the next night with a knot in my stomach. I was on night shift that week, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., perfect for what I needed to do. Around 3 in the morning, when the station was quietest, I made my move. Only 2 other officers were in the building, both out on patrol. The dispatcher was upstairs, focused on her screens. I went down to the basement with a small pry bar from my trunk. It took some work, but I managed to get the door open. It wasn't even locked, just sealed tight from years of not being used. The hinges creaked as it swung open. I shined my flashlight inside and felt my heart stop. The room was small, maybe 12 by 15 feet. The walls were lined with metal shelving, and everything was organized, meticulously organized. 7 evidence boxes, each labeled with a name and date, the same names I'd found in my research, the missing persons. I opened the first box. Inside were personal effects: a wallet, keys, a watch, men's clothing folded neatly, and underneath, a shirt with dark brown stains. Dried blood, so much blood. My hands were shaking as I opened the next box. Same thing. Personal items, bloody clothing. Against the far wall stood a filing cabinet. I pulled open the top drawer and found folders, 7 of them, each with a name matching the boxes. Inside the first folder were handwritten notes, dated 1992. They detailed how they'd picked up Michael Reeves on a fake drug charge, how they'd questioned him about what he saw behind the old Sunoco station, how he'd denied knowing anything at first, then started talking about officers moving packages at night. The notes described how they'd beaten him, how he'd begged, how they'd eventually killed him and disposed of the body in an abandoned mine shaft outside of town. It was all there in black and white, handwritten, signed by officers I knew, officers I'd worked with. I read through each folder, feeling sicker with every page. 7 people, 7 witnesses who'd stumbled onto something they shouldn't have seen. A drug trafficking operation run by our own department, and the officers involved had systematically eliminated every witness. I couldn't believe what I was reading, but the evidence was right there. Names, dates, details that matched perfectly with the disappearances. One victim was a 19-year-old girl who'd been walking home and saw officers transferring packages from one car to another behind the supermarket. Another was a middle-aged mechanic who'd found something hidden in a patrol car he was servicing. I was taking pictures of everything with my phone when I heard a noise upstairs. Someone had come back to the station. I quickly put everything back exactly as I'd found it, slipped out and managed to close the door most of the way. I couldn't get it to seal properly, but I put the shelf back and hoped no one would notice. I finished my shift in a daze, avoiding eye contact with everyone. When I got home, I couldn't tell Laura. How could I explain that the department I'd been part of for 8 years had murdered 7 people and covered it up? That some of my colleagues and superiors were killers? I didn't go to Holloway or the chief. I couldn't trust anyone at Crestwood. Instead, I contacted the Pennsylvania State Police that afternoon. I met with a Lieutenant Collins at a diner 30 miles from Crestwood. I showed him the pictures, told him everything I'd found. Collins took it seriously. Within 48 hours, State Police had a warrant and raided our department. But by then, the room was empty, completely cleaned out. If I hadn't taken those pictures, they would have found nothing. The investigation that followed tore everything apart. My pictures provided enough evidence to get warrants for phone records, bank accounts, homes. They found former Chief Werner in a nursing home suffering from dementia. During his lucid moments, he confirmed everything. The drug trafficking, the murders, the cover-up that had continued for years after the killings stopped. They searched the abandoned mines where the note said the bodies had been dumped, found remains from 5 of the 7 victims. DNA confirmed their identities. Holloway, Vasquez, and 4 other officers from that era were arrested. 3 more who'd left the department were tracked down in other states. The trial revealed that even after the killings stopped, they'd continued to protect the secret. Anyone who got close to discovering it was intimidated or forced to leave. I testified against them all, watched them get sentenced to life in prison, but that wasn't the end for me and my family. The harassment started almost immediately. First, it was just phone calls in the middle of the night. Then Laura's car was vandalized. Someone shot out our living room window while we were sleeping. The kids couldn't go to school anymore. These weren't just random acts. These were coordinated efforts by friends and family of the officers I'd helped put away. The state police offered us witness protection, new names, new city, new lives. We had 48 hours to decide, to pack up whatever we could take, to say goodbye to everything and everyone we knew. What choice did we have? That was 12 years ago. My kids grew up with different names, never able to talk about where they came from or who they used to be. Laura and I are still together, but there's a distance between us that wasn't there before. Some nights I catch her staring at old family photos, the ones we weren't supposed to bring but couldn't bear to leave behind. I work in IT now, about as far from law enforcement as I could get. The U.S. Marshals check in occasionally, make sure our cover is still secure. They tell me most of the officers involved will die in prison, but 2 are up for parole in a few years. I don't know what happens then. The Crestwood case made national news for a while. Killer cops and blue wall of silence headlines. Then, like everything else, it faded away. New scandals took its place, but not for me. Never for me. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd just walked away that day, if I'd listened to Teresa's warning. My family would still have their real names, their history, but 7 families would never have known what happened to their loved ones. Those officers would still be out there protected by their badges. I did the right thing, I know that. But doing the right thing cost us everything. What still haunts me isn't just what those officers did, it's how an entire department became complicit. How many others knew something but looked the other way? How many chose their careers over justice? And how many other small departments across the country might be hiding their own museums of horror behind painted doors? I don't have answers, just the weight of knowing and the constant nagging fear that someday, somehow, they'll find us again. Story 13. I've been trying to make sense of what happened in that house for years now. I don't talk about it much. Most people either think I'm crazy or trying to scare them, but I need to get this off my chest, even anonymously. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I grew up in Waverley, this tiny coastal town where everyone knows everyone's business. We lived in an old blue farmhouse, the kind with peeling paint and creaky floorboards that somehow still looks charming in photos. I was 14 when everything happened. Young enough to be curious, but old enough to know when something wasn't right. From the day we moved in when I was little, my mom had this weird thing about the basement. She never explicitly forbade me from going down there, but she'd always find some excuse. It's too damp. There might be spiders. We don't need anything from down there. Whenever I'd mention the basement, she'd get this look, not angry, more like afraid. She'd quickly change the subject or find something for me to do upstairs. As a kid, I didn't think much of it. But as I got older, I started noticing things, like how sometimes I'd hear sounds coming from down there. Not regular house-settling noises, but shuffling, like something moving around. Mom would turn up the TV or start talking louder whenever it happened. My dog Rusty would stare at the basement door sometimes, his ears perked up, completely focused on something I couldn't see. One Tuesday in October, Mom had to drive to the next town over for a doctor's appointment. My older sister was at soccer practice, and Dad was away on a business trip. It was just me and Rusty at home, and I decided this was my chance to finally see what was so special about the stupid basement. The door to the basement was in our kitchen, this heavy wooden thing with an old brass knob that was always cold to the touch. I remember counting the stairs as I went down, 13 of them. Even the number felt ominous. The light switch was at the bottom, and when I flipped it on, the basement lit up with this harsh fluorescent glow that made everything look washed out. The basement was bigger than I expected, split into 2 main sections. To the left was what looked like it had once been a bedroom. There was an old metal bed frame with no mattress, a dresser with most of the drawers missing, and some boxes piled in the corner. The right side was more like a workspace or garage area. There was a workbench covered in rusty tools, shelves with paint cans and jars of nails, and toward the back, a boiler room with a big old furnace and a wood pile next to it. The whole place smelled like mildew and something else I couldn't place, something metallic and unpleasant. I was walking around just looking at stuff when I stepped on something sharp. I yelped and jumped back. A rusty nail had gone right through my sneaker and into my foot. Not deep, thank God, but enough to draw blood. I hobbled back upstairs, cleaned the wound, and put on a Band-Aid, making sure to hide the evidence before Mom got home. I didn't want her to know I'd been down there. That night I had weird dreams about the basement. In my dream I kept walking down those 13 steps, but they never ended. I just kept descending into darkness. A few days later, once my foot had healed a bit, curiosity got the better of me again. I brought Rusty with me this time, partly for company and partly because, well, dogs can sense things we can't, right? We went down together. Rusty sticking close to my leg. He seemed tense, but not scared. I'd brought a flashlight this time so I could look in the darker corners. I was examining the old dresser when I heard it. A small, soft moan coming from the boiler room. It was so faint I thought I might have imagined it. But then Rusty's whole body went rigid. His hackles rose and he let out a low growl that I'd never heard from him before. It wasn't his normal, "there's a squirrel outside" growl. This was deeper, more primal. I shined my flashlight toward the boiler room, but I couldn't see anything unusual. Just as I was about to walk over there, Rusty barked once, sharp and loud, and then bolted up the stairs. I didn't need any more convincing. I ran after him, slamming the basement door behind me. I tried to convince myself it was just the pipes or the wind or something, but deep down I knew better. Whatever was down there, Rusty had sensed it too. About a week later, I had my first experience with what I now know was sleep paralysis, though at the time it felt like something much worse. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, but when I tried to roll over, I couldn't move. Not my arms, not my legs, nothing. I could only move my eyes. Panic set in immediately. I tried to scream, but my voice wouldn't work either. And then I saw it. In the corner of my room, where my closet meets the wall, a dark shape was forming. Not just shadow dark, but a deeper kind of blackness that seemed to absorb the little bit of light in my room. It was tall, reaching almost to my ceiling, and vaguely human-shaped, but without distinct features. Just this massive black silhouette. I watched, unable to move or scream, as it slowly glided toward my bed. I could feel my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The shadow stopped at the foot of my bed, and I swear the temperature in my room dropped 20 degrees. I could see my breath in the air now. I looked at my digital clock, 2:07 a.m. The shadow moved again, this time to the side of my bed. It leaned over me, and though it had no face, I could feel it looking at me, studying me. The blackness seemed to pulse, like it was breathing or maybe laughing. I must have passed out from fear because the next thing I remember is waking up on the floor beside my bed. My alarm clock read 7:02 a.m. 5 hours had passed, and I had no memory of how I'd gotten on the floor. I tried to tell my mom about it, but she dismissed it as a nightmare. But I noticed how her hands shook as she washed the breakfast dishes, how she kept glancing toward the basement door. After that night, things got worse. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms that I couldn't explain. Objects in my room would move, not dramatically, but enough to notice. My hairbrush would be on the opposite side of my dresser, or my school backpack would be unzipped when I knew I'd closed it. Rusty refused to come into my room anymore. He'd stand at the doorway, whining, but wouldn't cross the threshold no matter how much I called him. I started avoiding going home after school. I'd hang out at the library or at friends' houses until I absolutely had to return. My grades were slipping because I couldn't sleep, always afraid of what would happen when I closed my eyes. About 3 weeks after my first basement visit, my neighbor Alexis came over to work on a science project. She was into all this paranormal stuff and had brought over her aunt's Ouija board when I told her about the weird things happening in my house. I know. Everyone says never to mess with those things. But when you're 14 and scared and desperate for answers, you make stupid decisions. We waited until my mom went to the grocery store, then snuck down to the basement with the board, some candles, and Alexis's Polaroid camera. We set everything up on the floor of the old bedroom area. Rusty had refused to come down with us, whining and pulling back when we tried to bring him. The session started normally enough. We asked basic questions. Is anyone here? What's your name? With our fingers resting lightly on the planchette. At first, nothing happened, and Alexis looked disappointed. Then the planchette started to move, slowly at first, then faster. It spelled out ALWAYSHERE. Alexis got excited, but I felt sick to my stomach. The basement had gotten colder, and I could hear the furnace making weird clicking sounds. Who are you? Alexis asked. The planchette circled the board twice, then spelled WATCHINGYOU. That's when I noticed a pen that had been sitting on top of Alexis's notebook suddenly roll across the floor and stop between us. Before either of us could react, it spun rapidly, like it was being twirled between invisible fingers, then shot through the air and hit me in the cheek, leaving a small cut. Alexis jumped up, knocking over one of the candles. "Shit, Rachel, we need to stop." We both took our hands off the planchette, but instead of stopping, it continued to move on its own, faster now, spelling Neverleave. The lights flickered and the temperature dropped so suddenly I could see our breath. The Ouija board flipped onto its side, then back down again, and the planchette flew off and hit the wall. Alexis grabbed the board and ran to the furnace. "We need to burn it," she yelled, opening the door to the wood stove next to the boiler. She tried to shove the board inside, but it wouldn't catch fire. The flames actually seemed to bend away from it. The board clattered to the floor, and that's when all hell broke loose. The light bulb above us shattered, sending glass everywhere. The workbench tools began to rattle and fall. A jar of nails tipped over and spilled across the floor. "Run!" I screamed, grabbing Alexis's arm. We bolted for the stairs. Alexis was ahead of me, and just as I reached the bottom step, I felt something push me hard from behind. I fell forward, scraping my knees on the wooden stairs, but managed to scramble up and keep going. We made it to the kitchen and slammed the basement door shut. Alexis was crying and I was shaking so bad I could barely stand. There were 3 distinct knocks from the other side of the door, then silence. Alexis left right after that, taking her Ouija board with her. She never came back to my house, and at school she avoided talking about what happened. That night, I knew the thing from the basement had followed me up to my room. I could feel it watching me, waiting. When I finally fell into an exhausted sleep around 2 in the morning, I dreamed of the basement again. But this time in my dream, I found a hidden door behind the woodpile, leading to a small room with walls covered in strange symbols. In the center was a hole in the floor, so deep I couldn't see the bottom. I woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m., drenched in sweat, to find my bedroom door wide open and muddy footprints leading from the door to my bed. But they weren't human footprints. They were too narrow, with long toe-like extensions at the front. The next morning, I finally confronted my mom. I told her everything: the shadow, the Ouija board, the footprints. I expected her to dismiss it all again, but instead, she sat down heavily at the kitchen table and started crying. "I should have told you," she said between sobs. "The real estate agent warned us when we bought the house, but your father didn't believe in that stuff. He said it was just stories to drive down the price." She went on to tell me that back in the 1970s, the previous owner had supposedly practiced some kind of occult rituals in the basement. No one knew exactly what happened, but 3 people had disappeared and their bodies were never found. We moved out the following week. Dad was furious about breaking our lease, but Mom was adamant. We never went back to that blue farmhouse, and as far as I know, it's still empty today. Sometimes I still wake up at 2:07 a.m., feeling like something is watching me from the dark corners of my room. Rusty would always know when I was having those moments. He'd press himself against me, growling softly at nothing I could see. Rusty died last year, and I miss the security of having him nearby. I've tried to research what happened in that house, but the town records are surprisingly vague. All I know is that whatever was in that basement is still there, waiting for the next curious person to count those 13 steps down. Story 14. I still can't believe it's been 14 years since that day at the cenote. 14 years, and my hands still shake when I think about it. I've never shared this story online before, partly because I didn't want people thinking I was crazy, and partly because typing it out makes it feel real again. But I need to get this off my chest. Back in 2009, I was 22 and traveling through Mexico with 4 friends from college. We were staying in a small town on the Yucatan Peninsula for a week, a much-needed break after graduation. We'd been planning the trip for months. Sophia, Luis, Marco, and Danny were all experienced travelers, while I was the nervous first-timer who'd barely left my home state before. Everyone was excited about visiting the local cenotes, these natural sinkholes filled with groundwater that are scattered all over the Yucatan. Our hostel owner had recommended one that was less touristy, about a 30-minute drive from town. "It's more authentic," he'd said with a wink, "more connected to the old spirits." I remember rolling my eyes at that comment. I was raised Catholic but wasn't particularly superstitious. Besides, we were just going for a swim, right? The morning we decided to go, I was already feeling anxious. I'd never been a strong swimmer. My parents never prioritized swimming lessons when I was a kid, and I'd had a scary experience in a pool when I was 8 that left me with a lifelong wariness of deep water. But I didn't want to be the party pooper of the group, so I agreed to go along. We rented this beat-up Volkswagen van that smelled like old cigarettes and made a concerning rattling sound whenever we hit a bump. The drive was beautiful though, lush jungle on either side of these narrow dirt roads. I remember feeling like we were heading into another world. When we finally arrived, there was only one other car in the small clearing that served as a parking area. A crude hand-painted sign marked the entrance to a trail. The sign had the cenote's name, but beneath it, someone had carved what looked like a warning in Spanish. My Spanish wasn't great, but I made out something about respecting the water and not disturbing what lives there. I pointed it out to the others, but Marco just laughed and said it was probably about not littering. The trail to the cenote was only about 5 minutes long, but it felt like walking through a tunnel of green. The air was thick with humidity, making it hard to breathe. Mosquitoes buzzed around us, and I kept swatting them away from my face and arms. Then suddenly the jungle opened up, and there it was, this perfectly round sinkhole with crystal clear turquoise water. The cenote was maybe 50 feet across, surrounded by limestone walls covered in vines and small plants. Sunlight streamed down in beams through the canopy above, lighting up patches of the water. It was honestly one of the most beautiful things I'd ever seen. Luis, Marco, and Danny immediately started stripping down to their swimwear, whooping and hollering about how amazing the water looked. Sophia noticed my hesitation and nudged me. "You okay, Maya?" she asked. I nodded, but my throat felt tight. "I'm just not a great swimmer," I admitted. "Maybe I'll just dangle my feet in." Sophia, being the good friend she was, said she'd sit with me for a bit. We found this wide, flat rock at the edge of the cenote that jutted out over the water. It was perfect. We could sit comfortably with our legs in the water while watching the others swim. The water was surprisingly cold when I first dipped my toes in, but it felt refreshing against the sticky heat. From our perch, I could see straight down into the water. It was so clear that I could make out details of the rocky walls extending beneath the surface. But as my eyes followed those walls down, the clarity faded into this deep, dark blue that seemed to go on forever. The center of the cenote was like looking into an abyss. For the first 20 minutes or so, everything was perfect. The others were splashing around, diving under and coming back up with stories of fish they'd seen. There was no one else there. The other car must have belonged to people who'd already left. Just the 5 of us in this hidden paradise. Then I felt it. The first touch. Something brushed against my foot. I jerked my leg up, thinking it was just a fish. Sophia gave me a questioning look. "Something touched me," I said, trying to laugh it off. "Probably just a curious fish." She peered into the water. "I don't see anything." I slowly lowered my feet back in, telling myself not to be so jumpy. But a minute later I felt it again, not like a fish this time, but like fingers, like someone had run their hand along the bottom of my foot. I pulled my legs up completely, hugging my knees to my chest. "What's wrong?" Sophia asked, looking concerned. "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It felt like someone touched my foot." She laughed. "Maya, there's no one else here but us." I pointed toward the dark center of the cenote. "What about down there? How deep does it go?" She looked out at the water, then back at me with a smile. "You're being silly. Here, look." Sophia scooted forward on the rock and dipped her legs deeper into the water, up to her knees. "See? Nothing to be afraid." Her words cut off in a scream that still echoes in my nightmares. One moment she was sitting beside me, and the next she was sliding off the rock into the water as if someone had yanked her by the legs. As she fell, she grabbed my arm in panic and I tumbled in after her. The water was so much colder than I expected, shocking the breath out of me. For a second I was disoriented, thrashing to find the surface. When I broke through, gasping for air, I saw Sophia about 5 feet away, her eyes wide with terror. "Something's got me," she screamed, her head bobbing as she struggled to stay afloat. "Maya, something's pulling me down." I started to swim toward her, awkwardly paddling with one arm while trying to keep my head above water. That's when I felt them. Hands. Multiple hands gripping my ankles and calves. Not just touching, but grabbing with a strength that felt impossible to fight against. Sharp, bony fingers digging into my skin. I screamed so loudly my throat burned. The hands were pulling me toward the center of the cenote, toward that dark blue abyss. I kicked wildly, trying to break free, but the grip only tightened. The water around us began to swirl, like a small whirlpool forming where there shouldn't have been one. Sophia and I were both screaming now. I could see Luis, Marco, and Danny swimming toward us, their faces twisted with confusion and alarm. The water felt different suddenly, deeper, darker, colder, like we'd somehow crossed into another body of water entirely. As I struggled, I caught glimpses of something beneath us. Movement in the darkness, shapes that didn't make sense, and eyes. God, I swear I saw eyes looking up at me from the depths. Luis reached me first, grabbing my outstretched arm. But when he tried to pull me toward the edge, he couldn't. He's a strong guy, used to play football in high school, but he was struggling like he was trying to lift something much heavier than my 120 pounds. "What the hell?" he shouted. "It's like something's pulling back." Marco had reached Sophia and was having the same problem. Danny swam behind me and tried to push while Luis pulled. I could feel the hands on my legs fighting against them, their grip painfully tight. The water around us had turned ice cold, like we'd fallen into a freezer. I don't know how long the struggle lasted. It felt like forever, but was probably less than a minute. Suddenly, the hands released me all at once, and I shot forward with such force that Luis and I both tumbled backward toward the edge of the cenote. At the same moment, Sophia broke free too, practically flying into Marco's arms. We scrambled out of the water, all of us shaking and gasping. When I looked down at my legs, I expected to see marks from those bony fingers, but there was nothing, not a scratch or bruise in sight. "What the fuck was that?" Luis kept saying, over and over. "What the fuck was that?" Sophia couldn't stop crying. She kept saying she'd felt hands pulling her down, that she'd heard voices underwater speaking in a language she didn't understand. Marco and Danny looked shell-shocked. Danny was the first to find her voice. "When I was trying to help pull you out," she said, her words coming out in a rush, "I felt something push against me, like hands on my chest, shoving me away." We gathered our things in silence and practically ran back to the car. No one wanted to stay there a second longer. On the drive back, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was a strong current we hadn't noticed. Maybe we'd gotten tangled in underwater plants. Maybe we'd just panicked and imagined the rest. But we all knew it was something else, something that shouldn't have been possible. When we got back to town, still shaken, we mentioned what happened to our hostel owner. His face went pale. He asked which cenote we'd visited, and when we told him, he crossed himself. "That one is old," he said quietly. "Very old." The Maya believed cenotes were gateways to Xibalba, the underworld. They would make offerings there, sometimes human offerings. He went on to tell us that the particular cenote we'd visited had a dark history. Local legends said it was hungrier than the others, that it sometimes tried to take what wasn't offered freely. I didn't sleep that night, or the night after. When I closed my eyes, all I could feel were those hands dragging me down. We cut our trip short and flew home 2 days later. We all agreed never to talk about what happened, partly because we couldn't explain it, and partly because we were afraid people would think we were crazy or attention-seeking. 14 years have passed. I've lost touch with Marco and Danny. Luis moved to Europe. Only Sophia and I still talk regularly. And even then, we rarely mention that day. But sometimes, when we've had a few drinks, she'll look at me with this haunted expression and ask, "Do you still think about it?" I always do. I never went swimming again after that day. I avoid lakes, pools, even bathtubs filled too high. I've declined countless beach vacations and pool parties. My husband thinks I'm just afraid of water, and I've never corrected him. How could I explain that I'm not afraid of drowning? I'm afraid of what might be waiting in the depths, reaching up with bony fingers to drag me down. To this day, I don't know what happened in that cenote. Was it something supernatural, an ancient entity, spirits of those who were sacrificed centuries ago? Or was it just panic and imagination in a foreign place? All I know is that sometimes in my dreams, I'm back in that crystal clear water, and I'm not alone. Something is waiting for me there, something that knows my name, something that feels I got away once, but won't let it happen again. Story 15. I've never talked about this before. Not to my family, not to my therapist, not even to Marv, who's worked at the truck stop longer than me. It happened 6 months ago, but honestly, it might as well have been yesterday. The nightmares haven't stopped. The way I jump every time the radio crackles. The way I can't look at the security monitors without my heart racing. I've worked the night shift at Sandstone Junction for 3 years now. It's this dingy little truck stop on US Route 95 in Nevada, about 70 miles from anything resembling civilization. We're talking middle of nowhere desert. The kind of place where you can see headlights coming from 20 minutes away. The pay is decent enough, and the quiet suited me fine. Most nights it's just me, a handful of long-haul truckers passing through, and the occasional lost tourist. I actually liked the isolation. That was before March 17th. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 11, relieved Donnie, who works evenings, and settled in for my usual 8-hour shift. It was dead quiet, even for a Tuesday. I'd already restocked the coffee station, mopped the floors, and was halfway through a dog-eared paperback I'd found in the lost and found box months ago. Around 3 in the morning, the CB radio crackled to life. We keep one at the counter for truckers and emergencies. It's pretty standard for these remote stretches. "Hello? Is anyone there? We need help. Our car broke down about 2 miles east of the truck stop on 95. Hello?" It was a woman's voice, strained but trying to stay calm. I grabbed the handset. "This is Sandstone Junction. I hear you. Are you folks okay?" I think we're okay for now. It's my husband, my sister, me, and our 2 kids. Our SUV just died, complete electrical failure. We've been trying cell phones, but there's no signal out here." "That's normal," I told her. "You're in a dead zone. Nearest tower's about 15 miles west." There was a pause, longer than it should have been. When she came back on, her voice had changed. Lower, urgent. "There's something out here with us." My skin prickled. I've heard all kinds of things over the radio. Drunk truckers, teens playing pranks, people hallucinating from road fatigue, but something in her voice made my mouth go dry. "What do you mean?" I don't know, but there are lights on the ridge to the north. They're moving wrong, not like flashlights or vehicles. They're moving like they're searching. I looked out the windows toward the east. Nothing but darkness and the faint outline of mountains against the starry sky. "Ma'am, I'm going to call Highway Patrol. They can be out there in about 20 minutes. Can you stay in your vehicle?" "Please hurry," she whispered. "The kids are scared. My son says he saw someone watching us from behind a Joshua tree. My husband went to look but couldn't find anything." I called the Highway Patrol immediately. Officer Delgado was already on 95, thankfully, and said he'd check it out. I radioed back to the woman. "Highway Patrol is on the way. Should be there in about 10 minutes. Can you tell me your name?" Eleanor Sanderson. I wrote it down on our incident log. "Okay, Eleanor, just sit tight. Help is coming." "Thank you, The radio suddenly erupted in static, then went silent. I tried calling back several times, but got nothing. The silence felt heavy, I found myself staring at the dark windows, suddenly aware of how exposed the truck stop was, with glass on all sides and bright fluorescence making me visible to anything out there in the darkness. When Delgado radioed 30 minutes later, I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Sandstone, this is HP 412. I've driven 2 miles east and another mile beyond that. No sign of any disabled vehicle. No SUV, no people. Are you sure about the location?" I confirmed what the woman had told me. Delgado said he'd make another pass and check the access roads, but his voice made it clear he thought I'd been pranked. An hour later, he stopped by the truck stop on his way back to his patrol route. His face was grim as he accepted the coffee I offered. "Did you know there was a family that went missing out here, back in '73? I shook my head. The Sanderson family, parents, the mother's sister, and 2 kids. Their station wagon was found abandoned exactly 2 miles east of here. No signs of foul play. They were just gone." He stared into his coffee. "That was exactly 50 years ago today, March 17th, '73. I felt like I'd been dunked in ice water. The woman on the radio, she said her name was Eleanor Sanderson. Delgado looked at me for a long time. "You sure that's what she said?" Before I could answer, the radio crackled again. Both of us froze. "Hello? Are you still there?" It was Eleanor's voice again. I grabbed the handset, my hand shaking. "Eleanor, Highway Patrol couldn't find you." "They won't," she said, her voice clearer now. We're not exactly there anymore. We're somewhere in between." Delgado took the handset from me. "Ma'am, this is Officer Delgado with Nevada Highway Patrol. I need you to explain your location." "Officer, please listen carefully. We don't have much time when the connection opens. 50 years ago, tonight, our car broke down. Things found us, not people, not animals, things that study human fear. They've kept us here, making us repeat this night over and over. But something's different this time. I can reach you." I watched Delgado's face change from skepticism to unease. "Mom, if this is some kind of prank—" "Look at your security cameras," Eleanor interrupted. "The ones pointing at the parking lot." I turned to the monitor behind the counter. The black and white feed showed the empty parking lot, the gas pumps, the edge of the road, and then movement near the dumpsters. A small figure, child-sized, standing perfectly still. "I see someone," I said. "A kid, I think." "That's not my son," Eleanor's voice trembled. "It looks like him, but it's not. Don't go outside. Don't let it in. They can look like us, sound like us, but they're not human." As if hearing her, the figure on the screen turned toward the camera. Even through the grainy footage, I could tell something was wrong with its proportions. Its arms hung too low, its head tilted at an angle no neck should allow. "Jesus Christ," Delgado whispered, staring at the monitor. The figure took a step toward the store. Its movement was jerky, like stop-motion animation. Another step. Then it seemed to glitch. There's no other word for it, and suddenly it was halfway across the parking lot. "They're coming," Eleanor said. "They're curious about you now." "What do we do?" I asked, unable to look away from the monitor. "Lock the doors. Salt the thresholds if you have any. They're drawn to fear, but they can't perfectly mimic it yet. That's what they're studying. That's why they keep us here." Delgado was already moving, checking the front doors. I grabbed the salt shakers from the dining area and started pouring lines across every entrance. On the monitor, the figure had reached the front of the store. It stood directly in front of the glass doors, looking in, and then, slowly, it changed. Its limbs elongated, joints appearing where no joints should be, its head distended, stretching like putty. "It's transforming," I said into the radio, my voice barely a whisper. "They do that," Eleanor replied. "The longer they study us, the better they get at looking human, but they still get details wrong." Delgado had his hand on his gun, though what good a bullet would do against whatever was outside, I couldn't guess. The thing outside pressed a hand against the glass. Its fingers were too long, too thin, with an extra joint in each. "There are more," Delgado said suddenly, pointing to the monitor showing the back of the building. 3 more figures had appeared, approaching from different directions. Eleanor, there are more of them. What are they going to do? They want to study new subjects, she said. Us. We've become predictable. They know all our fears now. They want fresh reactions. The radio began to emit a high-pitched whine that made my teeth hurt. Through it, I could hear Eleanor speaking rapidly. There's a way to disrupt them. They can't stand certain frequencies. Do you have anything that can broadcast on 439 megahertz? I looked at Delgado, who shook his head. Then I remembered the old emergency weather radio we kept under the counter. It was programmable. As I fumbled with the radio, the lights in the store flickered. On the monitors, the creatures had surrounded the building. The one at the front door had somehow flattened itself and was seeping through the crack under the door, defying all physical laws. I finally found the frequency setting and punched in 439. Nothing happened. "It's not working," I shouted into the CB. "You have to transmit, not just receive," Eleanor said, her voice breaking up. "Find a way to broadcast on that frequency." Delgado grabbed his patrol radio. "Our emergency channels, I can retune this. It won't be powerful, but do it," I urged. The first creature was halfway under the door now, a nightmare of twisted limbs and wrongly articulated joints. The fluorescent lights buzzed and popped, plunging parts of the store into darkness. And then I heard voices, familiar voices, coming from the shadowy corners. "Hey, is anyone working here?" My mother's voice, though she lived 2 states away. "Can I get some help with the pump?" My ex-boyfriend, who I hadn't spoken to in years. Delgado was frantically adjusting his radio. "They're in my head," he muttered. "I can hear my daughter calling for me." The creature under the door had fully entered now. In the dim light, it unfurled itself, rising to a height that nearly touched the ceiling. Its face, if you could call it that, was a blank expanse with indentations where features should be, like a sculpture left unfinished. "Got it," Delgado shouted and pressed the transmit button on his retuned radio. Nothing happened at first, then a sound like rushing water filled the store. The creature froze, its unformed face turning toward the noise. A vibration ran through it, making its outline blur. The voices stopped. The thing by the door began to fold in on itself, collapsing like a paper figure being crushed by an invisible hand. On the monitors, the other creatures outside were retreating, their movements frantic and disjointed. The radio crackled one more time. "It's working," Eleanor said, her voice stronger now. "Keep broadcasting. They can't stand it." For 10 minutes, we held our position, Delgado maintaining the broadcast, me watching the monitors as the creatures disappeared into the darkness. When the last one vanished, the lights stopped flickering. The oppressive feeling that had filled the store lifted. "Eleanor," I called into the CB. "Are you there? They're gone." Static was my only answer. By dawn, there was no evidence of what had happened. Highway Patrol sent out a search team that found nothing 2 miles east. No car parts, no footprints, nothing to suggest the Sanderson family had ever been there, either 50 years ago or last night. Delgado's superiors suggested carbon monoxide poisoning from the truck stop's heating system to explain our shared hallucination. They had the system checked, found nothing wrong, but closed the case anyway. What else could they do? But every night since then, at exactly 3:17 in the morning, the CB radio briefly comes to life, just for a few seconds, always with the same message. "Thank you. We're still here, but they haven't returned." I'm still working nights at Sandstone Junction. Someone has to. I keep the emergency radio tuned to 439 megahertz, ready to broadcast at a moment's notice. I watch the security monitors more carefully now, looking for movement that isn't quite right. Sometimes, at the very edge of the floodlights that illuminate the parking lot, I think I see shapes moving, and sometimes when it's very quiet and I'm all alone, I hear voices I recognize calling my name from the darkness outside. I don't answer, I don't go outside, and I never ever open the door after midnight. Story 16. I still don't know how to explain what happened, but I need to get this off my chest. It's been 3 months since the dream, and I still can't stop thinking about it. My best friend Nolan died of an overdose back in 2020. Finding out was the worst moment of my life. I was at work when I got the call from his mom, sobbing so hard I could barely understand her. I remember collapsing into my desk chair, my whole body going numb. We'd been friends since middle school. 15 years of friendship gone in an instant. What makes it worse is that he was doing better. He'd struggled with addiction for years, but he was 6 months clean when it happened. One relapse was all it took. One mistake. The medical examiner said it was fentanyl. He probably didn't even know what he was taking. When I proposed to my girlfriend Emma last year, the first person I wanted to tell was Nolan. He was supposed to be my best man. We'd always talked about it, how he'd give some embarrassing speech about all the stupid stuff we did in college, how he'd probably lose the rings and panic. Instead, I had to plan my wedding knowing there would be this Nolan-shaped hole in everything. Emma suggested we still include him somehow, keep a spot in the wedding party for him, display his photo during the ceremony. I couldn't even talk about it without breaking down, but I knew she was right, so we decided his spot as groomsman would remain, even if just symbolically. The wedding was set for September 2024, and as we got deeper into planning this past summer, the weirdest things started happening. It began when we had to switch vets for Emma's cat, Rusty. Our regular place was booked solid for months, and Rusty needed his shots updated. My coworker recommended this clinic about 20 minutes away. Nothing special about it, just a regular veterinary office in a strip mall. We took Rusty in July, and while filling out the paperwork, the receptionist asked if we'd been there before. I said no, but something about the place felt oddly familiar. I couldn't place it until I saw a memorial wall with photos of pets who had passed away. There, in the middle row, was a golden retriever named Rusty, the same name as our cat. I mentioned it to Emma as we were leaving, and she thought it was just a coincidence. Rusty is a common name for orange pets, after all. But then, 2 weeks later, Nolan's dad, Carl, called me. "Hey, have you been thinking about Nolan lately?" he asked. His voice sounded strange. "Always," I said. "Why?" "Something weird is happening. I keep getting these automated texts about Rusty." "Rusty?" I asked, immediately thinking of Emma's cat. "Nolan's childhood dog," he explained. "The golden retriever we had when Nolan was growing up. He died 12 years ago." A chill ran down my spine. "What kind of texts?" "Reminders from the vet. Rusty is due for his annual checkup. Time for Rusty's heartworm medication. It doesn't make any sense. I haven't been to that vet since Rusty died. I don't even have another pet." I asked which vet it was. When he told me, my stomach dropped. It was the same clinic we'd just switched to for Emma's cat. "That's so weird," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We just started going there with our cat, and his name is Rusty too." There was a long silence on the other end. "You're kidding me." I wasn't, and that wasn't even the end of it. Carl went to the vet's office the next day to ask about the texts. The receptionist was confused. There was no record of any recent activity on Rusty's file. The account had been marked as deceased years ago. She checked their automated system, but there was no explanation for why it suddenly started sending notifications. She apologized and assured him they'd fix the glitch, but the texts didn't stop. Carl would get them at random times, always about Rusty, always from the vet's office. The office kept insisting they weren't sending them, that it must be some system error they couldn't identify. After the third or fourth time this happened, Carl became convinced it wasn't a computer glitch. He believed Nolan was behind it somehow. "It's him," he told me one night when we met for beers. "He knows about your wedding. He's trying to reach out." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to believe it. The other part thought grief was making Carl see connections that weren't there. But then how do you explain the coincidences? The same vet office, the same name, the mysterious texts that no one could explain. The wedding came in September. We had a small ceremony, just 50 people or so. We displayed Nolan's photo next to an empty chair with his boutonniere laid across it. His mom sobbed through the whole ceremony. I nearly lost it during my vows when I glanced over at that empty spot. At the reception, we played Nolan's favorite song and left a glass of his preferred whiskey at his place setting. I gave a toast and talked about how much I wished he was there. It was beautiful and heartbreaking at the same time. Afterward, life went back to normal. Emma and I moved into our new place. I tried not to think about the strange coincidences with the vet's office. Carl told me the texts had finally stopped after the wedding. Maybe whatever connection had been there was gone now. Then came my birthday in November. The night before my birthday, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I was helping my friend Mike move into a new house, a house I'd never seen before, but it felt completely real. The walls were half painted. There were boxes everywhere. The kitchen had this ugly linoleum floor that was peeling at the corners. Mike and I were carrying a sofa through a narrow hallway, struggling to maneuver it around a corner. We were laughing about how we should have hired movers. Everything felt so normal, so mundane. The weight of the sofa, the sweat on my forehead, the sunlight streaming through dusty windows. It was all so detailed. We finally got the sofa into the living room, and Mike said we should take a break. I agreed and headed toward the front door for some fresh air. When I stepped outside onto the porch, I saw a blue Honda Civic parked at the curb. Nolan was leaning against it. He looked exactly like I remembered him. Same messy brown hair, same faded Nirvana t-shirt he used to wear all the time. Same crooked smile. He was holding a small wrapped package with a blue bow. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I wanted to call out to him, but my voice wouldn't work. He smiled at me, that same smile I'd seen 1,000 times before, and held up the package slightly, like he was showing it to me. I knew instantly what it was, his groomsman gift, the one he never got to receive. I tried to move toward him, but my feet felt like they were glued to the porch. I couldn't take a single step. I struggled against this invisible force, desperate to reach him, to talk to him, to ask him all the questions that had been burning inside me since he died. Nolan just smiled again, softer this time. He nodded once as if answering a question I hadn't asked. Then he turned around, walked to driver's side of the car and got in. "Wait!" I finally managed to yell. "Nolan, wait!" He didn't look back. The car started and he pulled away from the curb. I watched, still unable to move, as the blue Civic drove down the street and turned at the corner, disappearing from view. That's when I woke up, tears streaming down my face. Emma was shaking me, asking what was wrong. I couldn't speak at first. The dream had been so real that for a few moments I thought Nolan was actually alive, that his death had been the dream instead. When I finally calmed down enough to tell Emma about it, she held me while I cried. "He came to say thank you," she whispered, "for keeping his place at the wedding. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if any of this means anything. The rational part of my brain says it's all just coincidence and grief playing tricks on me. The texts to Carl were just a software glitch. The same named pets were just a common name. The dream was just my subconscious processing my feelings about the wedding. But there's another part of me that can't shake the feeling that Nolan really did reach out, that he somehow manipulated the vet's computer system to send those texts to his dad, that he arranged for us to switch to that specific clinic, that he visited me in that dream to let me know he was there on our wedding day, standing in that empty spot we'd saved for him. I can still see his face so clearly, not the gaunt, hollow-cheeked version from when he was using, but the healthy, bright-eyed Nolan from before. I can still feel the frustration of not being able to move toward him, the desperation as I watched him drive away. Carl and I talk about it sometimes. We don't try to explain it anymore. We just accept that something unexplainable happened. That somehow, against all logic, Nolan found a way to be present for the important moments he missed. The strangest thing happened yesterday. Emma and I were going through some old boxes, and we found a birthday card from Nolan from 3 years ago. Inside was a photo of us from a camping trip we took in college. On the back, he'd written, "Even when I'm not there, I'm still there." I've read those words 100 times now. I don't know what Nolan meant when he wrote them. Probably just some sentimental drunk message. But now they haunt me. Did he know somehow? Was he trying to tell me something? Or am I just desperately looking for meaning where there is none? I don't have answers. All I know is that I miss my friend every day, and for one brief moment in a dream, it felt like he was back. Whether it was really him or just my own mind creating what I needed, I'm grateful for that moment, for that one last goodbye. Sometimes I go sit in my car alone and talk to him like he's in the passenger seat. I tell him about my day, about how marriage is going, about all the things he's missing. I don't know if he can hear me. I don't know if any of this is real, but I keep that empty spot open for him, just in case. Story 17. I'm still struggling to wrap my head around what happened to my family last September at Twin Lakes. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff, but after what we experienced, I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, especially after dark. It was supposed to be our last camping trip of 2015 before the Colorado winter set in. My wife Diane thought it would be nice to have some family time with our teenagers, Ethan and Melissa, before their school schedules got too hectic. We chose Twin Lakes in San Isabel National Forest because it was supposedly beautiful in early fall and the campsite reviews were excellent. Plus, Richard's a photographer and wanted to capture the aspens turning gold against the mountains. We arrived around noon on a Friday. The weather was perfect, cool but sunny, typical for late September in Colorado. After setting up our tent and gear, we spent the afternoon hiking around the lakes. It was honestly idyllic. We saw deer, several kinds of birds, and even spotted a fox darting between trees. Ethan kept complaining about poor cell service, but that was kind of the point of the trip, to disconnect. As the sun started setting, we gathered around our campfire to grill some burgers. That's when I first noticed something odd. The forest got quiet, too quiet. I've been camping plenty of times, and there's always ambient noise. Birds, insects, the rustle of small animals. But suddenly, everything just stopped. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked. "Hear what?" Richard looked up from the portable grill. "Exactly, there's nothing to hear." We all paused and listened. The silence was absolute except for the crackling of our fire. Even the wind seemed to have died down. "That's weird," Melissa said, pulling her jacket tighter. "Where did all the crickets go?" Richard shrugged it off as a weather change, but it felt deliberate somehow, like the forest was holding its breath. We tried to ignore it and continued with dinner, but the silence persisted until we finally turned in around 10. I don't know exactly what time it was when the humming started. I just remember jolting awake in our tent, my skin tingling. It wasn't loud, but it was everywhere. A deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from the ground, the air, and even our bodies simultaneously. I nudged Richard, who was already sitting up. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. "Mom? Dad?" Melissa's voice came from her side of the tent, sounding scared. "I feel it in my teeth," Ethan added. We sat there not knowing what to do as the humming continued for exactly 3 minutes. I know because Richard checked his watch when it started and when it stopped. It didn't fade away gradually. It just cut off, like someone had flipped a switch. None of us slept well after that. When morning came, we debated packing up, but in the daylight, it seemed silly to bail over some strange noise that could have been distant machinery or even an odd natural phenomenon. After breakfast, Ethan wandered down to the stream about 50 yards from our campsite. He came running back, his face a mixture of excitement and confusion. "You guys need to see this," he said, already turning to head back. We followed him to the stream where he pointed to a small arrangement of stones in a perfect triangle, not randomly scattered, deliberately placed. So someone made a rock pile. "That's not that weird," I said, though something about its precision made me uneasy. "No, Mom. Look." Ethan walked exactly 10 yards upstream and pointed to another identical triangle, then another 10 yards further. They're exactly the same distance apart. I measured with my steps. Richard frowned and began following the line of triangles. They continued into the forest, perpendicular to the stream, each exactly 10 yards apart. The troubling part? They formed a straight line pointing directly at our campsite. Maybe it's some kind of trail marker, Richard suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. Ethan shook his head. They weren't here yesterday when I came to fill our water bottles. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe another camper had set them up, though we hadn't seen anyone else in our area. Perhaps it was part of a Forest Service project. But the precision bothered me, and the fact that they pointed to our tent like an arrow made my skin crawl. Around 2 that afternoon, Melissa spotted something across the lake. She was sketching by the shore when she called us over. "There's someone standing over there," she said, pointing to the opposite shore about half a mile away. Through Richard's binoculars, I could make out what looked like a figure, tall and impossibly thin, standing perfectly still among the trees. It was too far to see clearly, but something about its proportions seemed wrong. Too tall, too rigid. Richard decided to hike around to investigate. I didn't want him to go alone, but someone needed to stay with the kids. He promised to be back within an hour and took off with his phone and a small backpack. When he returned 45 minutes later, his face was pale. "Did you find anything?" I asked. "No footprints," he said quietly. "Not a single one, even though the ground there is soft mud, but I found another one of those triangles." He showed us photos on his camera. This one was larger than the others, and at its center sat a deer skull, its eye sockets packed with what looked like clay from the lake and some kind of crushed herbs or plants. "I didn't touch it," Richard said. "It felt, I don't know, wrong somehow." That night we kept a lantern on in the tent. None of us said it, but I think we were all afraid of being in the dark. We played cards, trying to keep our minds occupied, checking the time frequently. As 11:30 approached, I felt a growing sense of dread. At exactly 11:30, according to Richard's watch, the humming returned. This time it was stronger, accompanied by pulses that made the air feel thick. Our flashlights and phones flickered, and Ethan's portable speaker, which had been off, suddenly turned on by itself, emitting static. Then we heard it. Movement outside, something circling our tent, not random animal noises but deliberate steps, methodical, making a complete circuit around us. We huddled together, hardly breathing. I wanted to look outside, but I was terrified of what I might see. That's when Melissa pointed up through the tent's mesh ceiling panel. "The stars," she whispered. Directly above our campsite was a perfect circular void in the night sky. Not clouds, the edges were too defined, just an absence where stars should have been, as if someone had cut a hole in the fabric of the night. None of us slept. We sat in a tight group, backs together, facing outward toward the tent walls. The sounds continued intermittently until dawn, sometimes close, sometimes farther away. When the first light broke, Richard unzipped the tent and looked outside. I'll never forget the look on his face. "Diane," he said, his voice barely audible. "You need to see this." Surrounding our campsite in a perfect circle were more stone triangles, at least 20 of them, evenly spaced. They couldn't have been more than 15 feet from our tent. Someone, or something, had placed them there during the night, while we listened to whatever was moving around us. But what made my blood run cold was what we found in the center of our campsite. Pressed into the soil was a crude drawing, like something sketched with a finger, depicting 4 figures, our family, in the exact positions we had maintained throughout the night inside our tent. They knew where we were. They knew how we were sitting. We packed up in record time, not even bothering with breakfast. As we were throwing our gear into the car, a ranger truck pulled up. Ranger Torres introduced himself, saying he was doing routine checks. When he saw our faces, he asked if everything was all right. Richard hesitated, then told him what happened. I expected the ranger to dismiss us, but instead his expression turned serious. He agreed to come back to our campsite with us. When we returned, the stone triangles were gone, all of them, including the ones by the stream from the day before. Not moved or scattered, completely gone, as if they'd never existed. The only thing that remained was the drawing in the dirt at the center of where our tent had stood. Ranger Torres took photos and soil samples. He didn't say much, but I could tell this wasn't the first time he'd heard something like this. When I pressed him, he mentioned that 2 other groups had reported unusual experiences in the same area within the past month. Before we left, Torres asked us not to discuss what happened widely, saying it could cause unnecessary panic or attract thrill seekers. He promised to follow up if the soil analysis showed anything unusual. A month later, he called. The soil samples had shown electromagnetic abnormalities that couldn't be explained. He also told us something he hadn't mentioned before. The wildlife cameras they'd installed after our report had all malfunctioned simultaneously between 11:30 and 11:35 p.m. exactly 3 nights after we left. Each camera's last image before failure showed one of those triangular stone arrangements. It's been over a year now, and I still don't have answers. We found out later that the Twin Lakes campsite where we stayed, despite being in a prime location, is almost always the last to be reserved during peak season. According to reviews we didn't see before our trip, several campers have reported battery-powered devices turning on by themselves at exactly 11:30 p.m. I don't know what happened to us at Twin Lakes. I don't know who or what made those stone arrangements or that drawing of us. But I do know that whenever I look up at the night sky now, I find myself searching for holes in the stars. And every night at 11:30, no matter where I am, I hold my breath until the minute passes. Story 18. I've been car camping for years now. There's something about the solitude that just works for me. I'm not one of those adventure seekers posting Instagram photos from mountain peaks. I just enjoy the quiet. Being alone with my thoughts without neighbors, traffic noise, or anyone expecting anything from me. I sleep in my Jeep Cherokee. It's not fancy or built out like those van life setups you see online. No wood paneling or hidden storage compartments, just a basic sleeping pad in the back with the seats folded down, a cooler, and some camping gear. But it has what matters most to me: locking doors and a solid roof. I've never been comfortable in tents. Something about being separated from the outside world by just a thin piece of fabric always made my anxiety spike. This happened 3 months ago, and I still get chills thinking about it. It was a Friday evening in early autumn. I'd taken off from work a few hours early to beat weekend traffic out of the city. I headed to Pinecrest County, about 2 hours from where I live, because I'd found some good spots there before. The area has plenty of Forest Service roads and quiet back roads where you can pull off and camp without dealing with crowded campgrounds. I found what seemed like a perfect spot around 5 in the afternoon. It was down a dirt road I hadn't explored before, with no signs or gates. The spot was partially shaded by some pine trees, and there was a small ravine about 50 yards away. I could hear water running down there, though I couldn't see it through the brush. The road continued past where I parked, but it looked less traveled, with grass growing between the tire tracks. I set up my basic camp, basically just parking the Jeep and taking out my small camping table and stove. I heated up some canned soup, ate a sandwich, and watched the sunset. It was peaceful, quiet except for the occasional bird and the distant sound of the water. Perfect. By 9, it was fully dark. I put everything away. I'm careful about not attracting bears or other wildlife, brushed my teeth using water from my jug, and got into my sleeping bag in the back of the Jeep. It was a cool night, but not cold, so I left the windows cracked about 2 inches for ventilation. I read on my Kindle for about an hour before feeling drowsy. I fell asleep easily, lulled by the silence and the fresh air. I'm not sure what time it was when I first woke up. My phone was in the front seat charging, and I didn't bother to check. I just know it was the middle of the night, completely dark outside except for the stars visible through my windows. What woke me was a sound, a sort of slow, methodical crunching noise outside the Jeep. At first I figured it was probably a deer grazing nearby. Nothing unusual about that when you're camping. I listened for a minute, determined it wasn't threatening, and tried to go back to sleep. The crunching continued, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away. I dozed off again despite it. The second time I woke up, something felt different. The air felt heavier somehow, like there was a presence just outside. The crunching had stopped, but now I heard something else, a wet, snorting sound directly outside my window. My heart started racing immediately. Whatever was out there was big, and it was right next to my head. I stayed absolutely still, barely breathing. The snorting continued, followed by heavy breathing that fogged up my window. I could see the condensation forming even in the darkness. Then I heard more of the same sounds coming from other directions around my Jeep. Multiple animals, large ones. I slowly turned my head toward the window closest to me, the driver's side rear window that I'd left cracked open. That's when I saw it, a massive dark shape moving alongside my vehicle, blotting out the stars. Before I could even process what I was seeing, something pushed through the crack in my window, something big that shouldn't have been able to fit through a 2-inch opening. A large bovine head was suddenly inside my Jeep, less than a foot from my face. I could see its long face in the dim starlight, white eyes reflecting what little light there was, and I could feel its hot breath filling the cab. I completely lost it. I screamed and scrambled backward across my sleeping bag until I hit the opposite door. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would burst. The head pulled back out of the window, startled by my scream. For several terrifying seconds, I sat there gasping for breath, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Then I heard the snorting again, followed by a low, rumbling sound that wasn't quite a moo, a cow. It was a damn cow. The relief hit me in waves as the adrenaline ebbed. Just a cow, not a monster, not a bear, not some nightmare creature. A curious cow that had somehow managed to stretch its muzzle through my window crack. But the relief was short-lived as I realized I was surrounded. In the darkness, I could now make out several large shapes moving around my Jeep. I fumbled for my phone in the front seat and turned on its flashlight. When I shined it out the windows, I counted at least 7 cows circling my vehicle. They seemed attracted to the light, their eyes gleaming as they stared back at me. Some pressed their noses against the glass, leaving wet smears. I tried to settle back down, telling myself they were harmless. Just cows, nothing to worry about. But have you ever tried to sleep with multiple 1,000-pound animals surrounding your car, breathing heavily, occasionally bumping against it, their hooves crunching on the ground just inches from where you're lying? It's impossible. Every time I started to drift off, one would snort or bump against the Jeep, jolting me awake again. One particularly bold cow kept returning to my cracked window, pushing its wet nose against the opening and sniffing loudly. I finally rolled the window up completely. But that didn't stop the persistent animal from pressing its face against the glass. I considered starting the Jeep and driving away, but I was worried about hitting one of them in the dark. The area was uneven, with the ravine nearby, and I didn't want to risk an accident, so I resigned myself to waiting it out. That night lasted forever. I kept checking my phone, 2 a.m., 3:15, 4:22, watching the minutes crawl by while the cows continued their siege of my vehicle. At one point, I could feel the Jeep rocking slightly as one of the larger animals rubbed its side against it. As the first hints of dawn appeared, I could finally see them clearly. Black and brown cows, some with white faces, just regular cattle. They looked completely ordinary in the growing light, not the massive monsters my mind had conjured in the darkness. When it was light enough, I slowly started the engine. The cows didn't seem bothered by the sound. I carefully maneuvered between them, driving at a walking pace back to the main dirt road. They watched me go, a few following for a short distance before losing interest. Once I was safely back on the main road, I pulled over and got out to inspect my Jeep. What I saw was both comical and disturbing. My vehicle was covered in cow slobber, long streaks of it across the windows and doors where they had licked and pushed their noses against it. The ground around where I'd parked was trampled flat, with numerous hoof prints and fresh cow pies everywhere. I had to laugh at myself, even as I was still shaking slightly from the sleepless night. I'd been terrified of a bunch of cows. When I got home later that day, I did some research and discovered that the area where I'd parked was part of an open range section leased to a nearby ranch for grazing. There were no fences because the cattle were allowed to roam freely there. It wasn't something I'd thought to check when looking for camping spots. That night changed my car camping habits. Now I'm much more careful about checking the ground for signs of cattle before setting up camp. I look for hoof prints and cow pies, and I keep my windows rolled up tighter, just a tiny crack for air. The rational part of my brain knows it was just a bunch of curious cows investigating something unusual in their territory. But sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep while camping, I still jolt awake at the memory of that massive head somehow squeezing through a tiny window crack, those white eyes reflecting in the darkness, and that hot breath filling my sleeping space. What really gets me, though, is how that cow managed to push its head through such a small opening. I've looked at cattle since then, and their heads are massive. It shouldn't have been possible through a 2-inch crack. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined that part, if my fear distorted my perception. But then I remember the wet nose print on the inside of my window the next morning, and I know it wasn't just my imagination. Whatever was visiting me that night found a way in that shouldn't have been possible, and that's the thought that still keeps me up sometimes, staring at my car windows and wondering what else might find its way through when I'm sleeping alone in the darkness. Story 19. I've never told anyone but my wife about this. Even now, 20 years later, I get goosebumps thinking about it. I grew up in rural Maine, way out in the sticks where the pine forests stretch for miles. Our house was on this dead-end dirt road with maybe 3 other homes on it. My uncle's place, an older couple down the way, and us. That's it. No streetlights, no traffic, just wilderness. As a kid, I was never scared of the dark or the woods. While other kids my age were freaking out about monsters under their beds, I was the one wandering around our property, exploring old logging trails, climbing trees, and generally just being a typical country kid. The forest was my playground. This happened when I was 11, during summer break. It was early August, one of those perfect Maine summer afternoons. Not too hot, clear blue sky, with that pine-scented breeze that always reminds me of home. I was bored, so I decided to take my bike out for a ride down our road. I'd done this hundreds of times before. My bike was this beat-up Huffy with peeling blue paint that my parents had bought second-hand. Nothing special, but it was freedom on wheels to me. The road was mostly packed dirt with some gravel sections, perfect for long, uninterrupted rides since there was almost never any traffic. I remember pushing off from our gravel driveway around 3 in the afternoon. My mom had told me to be back before dinner at 6, giving me nearly 3 hours to myself. I started pedaling down the familiar road, the tires crunching on the gravel, feeling the sun warm on my back. About 15 minutes into my ride, I was approaching the halfway point of our road, a long straight stretch bordered by dense pine forest on both sides. I was just enjoying the ride, letting my mind wander, when something changed. I can't really explain it properly, but the air felt different somehow. Heavier, like the moment before a thunderstorm, but the sky was still perfectly clear. Then I felt it, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. You know that feeling, right? When the hairs on the back of your neck stand up and your skin gets all prickly. It was like that, but way more intense. Like whatever was watching me was drilling holes into my back with its eyes. I slowed down a bit, trying to convince myself I was being stupid. There was nothing out here but trees and maybe some wildlife, but the feeling wouldn't go away. It got stronger, actually, pulling at me to look to my right, into the woods. I didn't want to look. Something in me was screaming not to look, but I did. God help me, I did. About 20 feet into the trees, partially hidden behind a massive pine, was something. Even now, I struggled to describe it accurately. It wasn't solid like a person or an animal. It was black, not dark-skinned or shadowy, but black. Like if you could give physical form to a void. It had a vaguely humanoid shape, standing maybe 6 feet tall, but its edges weren't defined. They seemed to ripple and shift, like when you drop ink into water. The worst part was that it didn't have a face, at least not one I could see, but I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its attention like a physical weight. For what felt like forever, but was probably just a couple of seconds, we just stayed like that. Me on my bike in the middle of the road, frozen in fear, and this thing watching me from the trees. Then it moved. It didn't step forward or walk or run. It just flowed, like liquid mercury, but completely black. It sort of poured itself from behind one tree to another, slightly closer to the road. There was no sound at all, not a twig snap, not a rustle of leaves, nothing. That's when pure terror kicked in. I started pedaling as hard as I could, my legs burning with the effort. I didn't scream, I couldn't. It felt like my throat had closed up completely. All I could do was pedal and try not to crash as tears blurred my vision. The worst part, it kept pace with me. Every few seconds I'd glance to the right, and there it was, flowing from tree to tree, always keeping parallel with me on the road. It wasn't rushing or hurrying. It moved with this horrible, fluid grace, like it could catch me any time it wanted, but was choosing not to, like it was playing with me. I remember thinking it looked like primordial ooze, like something that shouldn't exist in our world, something ancient and wrong. My uncle's house was coming up on the left. Uncle Mike had lived there my whole life, a gruff ex-Marine who'd moved to the woods after serving in Desert Storm. He was always nice to me, though he wasn't much for conversation. He taught me how to fish and shoot and identify animal tracks. I'd never been so happy to see his rusty pickup in the driveway. I didn't even properly stop my bike. I just let it fall as I jumped off, stumbling and nearly falling in my panic. I sprinted up his porch steps and pounded on the door, constantly looking back at the woods across the road. The thing had stopped. It was just waiting there, partially hidden behind a pine about 30 feet into the forest, watching. It felt like an eternity before Uncle Mike opened the door. He had his usual cigarette dangling from his lips, wearing an old flannel shirt despite the summer heat. "Whoa, kid, what's got you so worked up?" he asked, frowning as he took in my state. I must have looked terrible, sweaty, pale, crying. I tried to explain, the words tumbling out in a panicked jumble. "There's something in the woods. It was following me. It's not normal, Uncle Mike. It's not a person or an animal. It's like black goo, but it moves and it was watching me and—" "Slow down," he interrupted, putting a hand on my shoulder. But I noticed his eyes were scanning the tree line across the road. "Take a breath." I pointed frantically toward where I'd last seen the thing. "It's right there, behind that big pine with the split trunk." Uncle Mike squinted in that direction for a long moment. His expression changed subtly, hardened somehow. Without looking away from the woods, he reached behind the door and pulled out his hunting rifle. "Probably just a bear," he said, but his voice had this weird tone to it, cautious, tense, not at all like he actually believed it was a bear. "It's not a bear," I insisted, my voice cracking. "Bears don't move like that." It was like flowing, like black water. Uncle Mike didn't respond to that. He just stepped out onto the porch, rifle held casually but ready. "Stay behind me," he ordered. We stood there for maybe 5 minutes, him staring at the woods, me peeking around from behind him. I couldn't see the thing anymore, but that feeling of being watched was still there, making my skin crawl. Finally, Uncle Mike lowered the rifle slightly. "Well, whatever it was, it's gone now. Probably just a black bear. They can move pretty quick when they want to." I knew he was lying. Bears don't move like liquid. They don't flow between trees without making a sound. They don't watch you with that horrible, hungry intelligence. "Come on inside," he said. "I'll call your mom and let her know you're here. You can stay for a bit until you calm down." Inside, he gave me a Coke from his fridge and sat me down at his kitchen table. While I sipped it, trying to stop my hands from shaking, I noticed he was on the phone in the living room, talking too quietly for me to hear. He wasn't calling my mom. Not yet. He was talking to someone else, his voice serious and low. When he came back, I asked him straight out, "You know what that thing was, don't you?" Uncle Mike lit another cigarette, took a long drag, and sighed. "Kid, these woods are old. Older than the towns, older than the state. Sometimes there are things in old places that we don't understand." "But you've seen it before," I pressed. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, I want you to promise me something. Don't go riding alone anymore, especially not close to dusk. And if you ever feel like something's watching you in the woods, don't look for it. Just leave. Quickly, but calmly." I nodded, a cold weight settling in my stomach. "Is it dangerous?" Uncle Mike was quiet for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. Finally, he said, "Most things leave you alone if you leave them alone," which wasn't really an answer at all. He drove me home after that, my bike in the back of his pickup. He told my mom I'd gotten spooked by a bear and she fussed over me in the way moms do. I didn't correct the story. Somehow, I knew they'd both prefer if I just accepted the bear explanation. But I knew what I'd seen wasn't a bear, and I knew my uncle knew it too. For the rest of that summer, I didn't go near the woods alone. When school started again, I took the bus even though it was only a mile walk down our road. By the next summer, we'd moved closer to town because my dad got a new job. I never saw the thing again, but I never forgot it either. Sometimes I'll have dreams about it, that liquid black shape flowing between trees, watching, waiting. I've researched local legends, Native American myths, cryptid sightings, anything that might explain what I saw that day. I've found nothing that quite matches. Uncle Mike passed away 5 years ago from lung cancer. I wish I'd asked him more about it when I had the chance. I think he knew exactly what was in those woods. I think maybe others in the area knew too, which might explain why so few people lived out there despite the cheap land. It's been 20 years, and I still don't know what that thing was, but I know it was real. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep at night, I still get that feeling of being watched, even though I'm hundreds of miles from those Maine woods now. Story 20. I still get chills thinking about that night. Even though it was 7 years ago, I remember every detail like it happened yesterday. My friends and I were just stupid kids looking for some excitement in our boring suburban neighborhood, but what we found still gives me nightmares. It was summer break, around mid-July, that magical time when you're 12 years old, school's out, and the days seem endless. Our neighborhood was like any other. Rows of similar houses with trimmed lawns, minivans in driveways, and not much to do. The one thing that stood out was this old abandoned 3-story house at the end of Oakwood Drive. Everyone called it the Myers house, not because of Halloween. That was just the family name on the old mailbox. This place was the definition of creepy. Peeling yellow paint, broken windows patched with plywood, overgrown yard. It had been empty for at least 2 years since the old man who owned it moved to Florida or something. The property management company would come by once in a blue moon to make sure it wasn't completely falling apart, but mostly it just sat there, this weird dead spot in our otherwise normal neighborhood. Of course, it became the unofficial hangout for teenagers. You'd see high schoolers sneaking in on weekend nights, probably drinking or whatever. My mom had specifically forbidden me from going anywhere near it. "That place is dangerous, Nathan," she'd say. "Rotting floorboards, maybe drug users. Stay away." Which of course made it even more interesting to me and my friends. My group was me, Tyler, Marcus, and Josh. We'd been best friends since 3rd grade, that kind of friendship where you're at each other's houses so much you call each other's parents mom and dad. That summer we were at that weird age, too old for toys but too young for cars and dating. We spent most days riding bikes, playing video games, and trying to seem cooler than we actually were. That night, it was a Friday. We were all sleeping over at Tyler's house. His parents were pretty relaxed and had gone to bed early, leaving us in the basement with snacks and video games. Around midnight, we got bored of Mario Kart, and Tyler suggested we sneak out, just for an hour, just for the thrill of it. I still remember the nervous excitement in my stomach as we quietly opened the sliding glass door to Tyler's backyard. The July air was thick and warm, crickets chirping in the darkness, street lamps cast yellow pools of light on the empty sidewalks. It felt like we owned the neighborhood. "Let's check out the Myers house," Marcus whispered as we reached the corner. My heart started pounding immediately. "No way," I said. "That place is off limits." "Don't be a baby," Josh replied, already walking in that direction. "High schoolers go there all the time." "Yeah, But they're bigger, I argued weakly, already knowing I'd give in. I wasn't going to be the coward of the group. The walk there took about 15 minutes through quiet streets and a small wooded area that separated our subdivision from the older part of the neighborhood where the Myers house stood. The closer we got, the more my stomach knotted up. I kept imagining Tyler's mom calling my parents, everyone finding out we'd snuck out. When we finally reached the house, it looked even creepier at night. The moonlight cast weird shadows across its face, making the windows look like black eyes. The front yard was wild with knee-high weeds, and an old swing set rusted in the corner. A no trespassing sign hung crookedly on the chain-link fence surrounding the property. "How do we get in?" Tyler whispered, suddenly sounding less confident. "There's probably a back door," Marcus suggested, always the problem solver. We circled around, finding the gate unlocked. The backyard was even worse. Old tires, a broken lawnmower, beer cans scattered around. The back door had a heavy padlock on it. "See?" I said, relieved. "We can't get in. Let's go." But Josh was already testing the front door, and to our surprise, it moved slightly. "It's not locked," he whispered excitedly. "It's just stuck." Before I could protest again, all three of them were pushing against it. With a loud crack that made me wince, the door gave way, swinging inward. We froze, listening for any reaction to the noise, but the neighborhood remained silent. "Come on," Tyler said, stepping inside. I remember hesitating at the threshold. Every warning my parents had ever given me flashed through my mind. But then came that 12-year-old logic. I'd already snuck out. I was already in trouble if caught. Might as well see this through. The smell hit me first, musty, like old newspapers and dust with something underneath I couldn't place. We clicked on our phone flashlights, revealing a narrow hallway with peeling wallpaper. The ceiling felt uncomfortably low, like the house was pressing down on us. "This is so cool," Marcus whispered, though his voice shook slightly. We moved through the first floor cautiously. The rooms were mostly empty. A few broken chairs, an old bookshelf, trash left by previous visitors. The kitchen still had appliances from maybe the 80s, all grimy and rusted. Empty beer cans and cigarette butts littered the corners. The living room had a ratty couch that none of us wanted to sit on. "Let's go upstairs," Josh suggested, pointing his light toward a narrow staircase. The steps creaked horribly under our weight. I was sure one would break, sending us crashing through. The second floor had 4 small bedrooms, all empty except for some abandoned furniture and more trash. One room had weird posters still taped to the walls, heavy metal bands and movie monsters. "There's another floor," Tyler said, pointing to a pull-down attic ladder at the end of the hall. I didn't want to go up there. Something about the house felt wrong. Not haunted or supernatural, just off. Like we really weren't supposed to be there. But I followed anyway as Josh pulled down the ladder and climbed up. The attic was the worst. Hot, airless, with a sloping ceiling that forced us to hunch over. But it was also the most intact room, with some old furniture arranged like someone had used it as a hangout spot. There was a card table with folding chairs, some candle stubs, and even an ancient boom box. "This is awesome," Tyler said, plopping down in one of the chairs. "We should make this our secret headquarters." I sat down reluctantly, watching dust particles dance in the beams of our flashlights. We were whispering about what we could bring here next time when I heard it, a distinct creak from somewhere downstairs. We all froze. "What was that?" Marcus whispered. "Probably just the house settling," Josh said, but he didn't sound convinced. Then came another creak, definitely footsteps. My heart started hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Someone's down there," I hissed. "Maybe it's other kids," Tyler suggested, but his face had gone pale in the flashlight glow. We sat motionless, listening. The footsteps moved slowly across the first floor. Then suddenly a loud bang made us all jump. "We need to get out of here," I whispered urgently. "But they're downstairs," Marcus pointed out, his voice trembling. "We're trapped." Another creak, this time at the bottom of the stairs to the second floor. Whatever was down there was coming up. "Turn off the flashlights," Josh whispered frantically. We clicked them off, plunging ourselves into darkness. The only light came from the dim moonlight filtering through a small attic window. We huddled together, barely breathing, as the footsteps slowly climbed the stairs. They reached the second floor, moving down the hallway. Directly below us, I felt tears pricking my eyes, certain we were about to be caught by police, or worse. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment there was complete silence. Then Tyler's phone buzzed loudly, his mom checking on us. We all gasped, and there was an immediate reaction from below, rapid footsteps moving quickly back toward the stairs, down to the first floor, running now. "Go!" Josh yelled, abandoning any pretense of hiding. We scrambled down the attic ladder, nearly falling in our panic, through the second floor, down the main stairs, pausing just long enough at the bottom to look into the kitchen where we saw a table knocked over, the source of the bang we'd heard, and then came the sound that still haunts me. Heavy footsteps running from the back of the house, followed by a loud crash as what must have been the back door was flung open. It was hanging half off its hinges when we glimpsed it as we fled through the front door. We ran like hell, not stopping until we reached the edge of Tyler's neighborhood. We were gasping for breath, my lungs burning, legs shaking. "What? Who was that?" Marcus panted. "I don't know," Tyler said, "but let's get back before my parents wake up." We snuck back into Tyler's house, miraculously without being caught. We spent the rest of the night whispering theories, jumping at every sound. I don't think any of us slept. 3 days later, I was eating breakfast when my dad put the local newspaper on the table. "Remember that old house I told you to stay away from?" he said casually. "They finally arrested the guy who was living in it. I nearly choked on my cereal. The small article described how police had arrested a homeless man who'd been squatting in the abandoned Myers property for weeks. He was charged with drug trafficking, breaking and entering, and vandalism. The article mentioned he'd been cooking meth in the basement and was known to be violent when confronted. I never told my parents we were there that night. I never told them how close we came to running into a desperate drug dealer in an abandoned house. When I think about it now, I realize how incredibly lucky we were. If Tyler's phone hadn't buzzed when it did, if we'd gone down to the basement instead of the attic, if we'd arrived an hour earlier or later. The Myers house was demolished the following year. They built a new home there, and a family with young kids lives there now. They have no idea what happened in that spot, and I've never told them. But I never ever explore abandoned places anymore, because the scariest thing isn't ghosts or monsters. It's realizing that the real danger was a desperate human being who might have done anything if cornered by 4 kids who could identify him. Story 21. I've debated posting this for years, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened to me back in '89. I had just finished my residency and was thrilled to accept the position as head of psychiatry at Glenwood State Hospital in Atchison, Kansas. It was a huge opportunity for someone my age. I was only 32 at the time. The hospital itself was this massive Victorian structure, all imposing brick and narrow windows. It had been around for about 150 years, originally built as a tuberculosis sanatorium before being converted to a psychiatric facility in the 50s. I arrived in late September. The trees were just starting to turn, and there was this perpetual chill in the air that seemed to follow me everywhere on the grounds. The administration gave me a tour on my first day, most of it anyway. The hospital director, a tight-lipped man named Dr. Richards, showed me the main wards, the treatment rooms, and finally my office. It had belonged to my predecessor, Dr. Marshall Coleman, who had abruptly retired after 22 years without any real explanation. The office was spacious but felt off somehow. Coleman had cleared out most of his personal effects, but in the corner sat a heavy metal file cabinet with a padlock. When I asked about it, Richards just shrugged and said, "That's Coleman's private research." He asked us to keep it locked until he could arrange for its removal. The label on the front read, "Ward C restricted." I didn't think much of it at first. I was too busy getting acclimated to my new position, meeting the staff, reviewing patient files. But then the dreams started. 3 nights after moving into my new house, a rental about 10 minutes from the hospital, I had the first one. I was walking down a corridor I didn't recognize. The walls were a dingy institutional green, the floor tiled in a black and white checkered pattern. There were doors on either side, heavy wooden ones with small reinforced windows, and there was a voice, a woman's voice, counting backward. 999, 998. The voice was hypnotic, almost melodic. I found myself following it, drawn to it, until I woke up in a cold sweat. The dream came again the next night, and the next. Each time I got a little further down that hallway. Each time the counting continued, the numbers getting lower. 842, 841. After a week of these dreams, I was exhausted. I mentioned them casually to one of the night nurses, Barbara, during a morning handoff. Her face went pale. "You're dreaming about the counting?" she asked. "Yeah, just some weird recurring dream." Woman's voice counting backward from 1,000. Barbara glanced around, then lowered her voice. "You should talk to some of the long-term patients in Ward B, the ones who've been here since before the reorganization." I took her advice, more out of curiosity than anything else. What I found disturbed me deeply. Over the course of that week, I interviewed 15 patients who had been at Glenwood for 20 years or more. 13 of them described identical delusions involving what they called the counting woman. They believed that at midnight, this woman would begin counting backward from 1,000, and that anyone who heard her reach 0 would be, in their words, emptied out. Their bodies would remain, but something else would move in. Most of the staff dismissed it as a shared psychosis, something that had spread through the patient population years ago. But I couldn't shake the connection to my dreams. I tried to access records on these patients to see if there was any documentation of when this delusion first appeared. Many of the files were incomplete, with gaps in the 50s and 60s. I needed more information, so I tracked down a retired nurse named Marjorie Wilkins, who had worked at Glenwood from 1948 to 1975. Marjorie agreed to meet me at a diner in town. She was in her 70s now, but her mind was sharp. When I mentioned the counting, she set down her coffee cup with a shaking hand. "So it's starting again," she said quietly. According to Marjorie, it all began with a patient named Catherine Doyle, admitted in 1952. Catherine had been a mathematics professor at the State University, brilliant but troubled. She claimed to have discovered a numerical sequence that could open doors between worlds. The staff thought she was having a breakdown, not uncommon for academics under pressure. But then strange things started happening around Catherine. She would count backward from 1,000 every night at midnight, without fail. Patients in nearby rooms began to change. They became emotionally vacant, responding only with one-word answers. Their eyes seemed different. By 1959, the situation had become concerning enough that Catherine was isolated in Ward C, the oldest section of the hospital, under Dr. Coleman's direct supervision. "Ward C?" I asked. "The hospital doesn't have a Ward C anymore." "They sealed it off in 72, Marjorie said, after what happened with Dr. Coleman. She wouldn't elaborate further, just made me promise to leave it alone, but of course I couldn't. That night, the dreams were more intense than ever. The counting was louder, more insistent. 713, 712. The next day, I picked the lock on Coleman's file cabinet. Inside were dozens of files, all concerning Catherine Doyle and Ward C case notes, interview transcripts, even crude recordings. At the bottom was a small box containing a brass key labeled C7 and a microcassette tape dated June 14, 1972, Coleman's final session with Catherine. I took the tape home that night and played it on a recorder I borrowed from the hospital's AV department. Most of it was just hiss and static, but Catherine's voice came through clearly in parts. She spoke about Spaces between numbers, between moments, between thoughts, where entities waited. She said they had been trying to break through for centuries, but the walls between worlds were strong. Her counting was creating a door. Coleman's voice was harder to make out, but he sounded skeptical at first, then increasingly disturbed as the session went on. Near the end, Catherine said something that made my blood run cold. "They're using me to count the door open, Dr. Coleman. But they could use anyone. They just need a human voice, a human mind to bridge the gap. Once you hear the counting, it's already too late. It gets in your head. It continues even when I stop. Can you hear it now? 999. The tape ended abruptly. I sat in my living room, heart pounding, as the silence pressed in around me. And then, faintly, as if from very far away, I heard it. 998. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning I went straight to Dr. Richards and demanded to know about Ward C. He refused at first, but when I mentioned Catherine Doyle, something in him seemed to break. "It's sealed off," he said. "Bricked up after Coleman, after what happened to him." "What did happen to him?" I pressed. Richards shook his head. He spent 3 days alone with Catherine in Ward C. When the orderlies finally broke down the door, Coleman was different. He could still function, still talk, but there was nothing behind his eyes anymore. We transferred him to a care facility in Colorado. He died 6 months later. I should have stopped there. I should have requested a transfer or taken a leave of absence, or at the very least, thrown away that brass key. But the counting in my head was getting louder each night and I was running out of time. 521, 520. Using the hospital's original blueprints from the administration archives, I located the sealed entrance to Ward C. It was hidden behind a storage cabinet in the basement, the old doorway bricked up and plastered over. But there was another way in, a service corridor that connected to the old boiler room. The brass key fit the rusted lock perfectly. The corridor matched my dreams exactly. Green walls, checkered floor. Dust covered everything, undisturbed for 17 years. I followed the hallway, flashlight in hand, until I reached room C7. The door was slightly ajar. Catherine's room was small, with a single barred window that let in the pale October moonlight. The walls were covered in mathematical sequences, numbers, equations, symbols I didn't recognize. But what drew my eye was the circle on the far wall. It was perfectly round, about 3 feet in diameter, and utterly, impossibly black. Not painted black. It was a void, an absence. I realized with growing horror that it wasn't a circle drawn on the wall. It was a hole, punched through reality itself. And there, sitting on the edge of the bed, was a woman. She looked to be in her 60s, with long gray hair and hollow cheeks. She smiled when she saw me. "Dr. Harlow," she said, "I've been waiting for you." I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't respond. The counting in my head had stopped. "How do you know my name?" I managed to ask. "They told me you were coming, the ones on the other side." She patted the bed beside her. "Sit, it's almost midnight." I found myself sitting, though everything in me screamed to flee. Catherine, it had to be her, looked at her wristwatch. "Right on time," she whispered, and then she began to count. 1,000. As she counted, the circle on the wall seemed to deepen, to pull at the air in the room. I could feel it tugging at something inside me too. 999. I tried to stand, but my limbs felt leaden. 998. "Please stop," I begged. Catherine just smiled and continued counting. The pull from the circle grew stronger. I could see something moving within it, shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. 997. I don't remember much after that. I have flashes, the circle widening, Catherine's voice growing distant, a cold sensation like fingers probing inside my skull. I remember screaming, but the sound seemed to vanish into that terrible void. They found me 3 days later in the hospital cafeteria. I was apparently just sitting there staring at nothing. a notebook open in front of me filled with numbers counting down from 1,000. I responded to questions, but only with single words. My eyes, they said, looked different. I spent 6 months in a special facility in Maryland. They called it dissociative psychosis, triggered by stress and sleep deprivation. Gradually, I came back to myself, mostly. There are still gaps, still moments where I feel thin, like there's not quite enough of me to fill my skin. Ward C was demolished the following year. They found no trace of Catherine Doyle, though records confirmed she had died in 1972. The circle on the wall was dismissed as a bizarre mold growth or water damage. I never returned to psychiatric practice. I can't trust my own mind anymore. And even now, 17 years later, I sometimes wake up at midnight to find myself counting backward from 1,000. On those nights, I don't go back to sleep. I know what's waiting when I reach 0. The strangest part? Sometimes I catch my reflection when I'm not expecting to, and just for a second, I don't recognize the person looking back at me. There's something in my eyes that isn't me, something that's still counting down. Story 22. I still can't sleep when it storms. Even with my blinds drawn and noise-canceling headphones, every flash of lightning sends me right back to that road. It's been 3 months, but I swear sometimes I can still feel the rain on my skin and hear the screech of my tires. I need to get this off my chest, so maybe typing it out will help. This happened back in April when I was driving home from my parents' place in Pinewood Valley. They live about an hour away from my apartment in the city, and I try to visit at least once a month. That Sunday, I stayed later than I planned. Mom kept insisting I have just one more slice of her apple pie, and before I knew it, it was already getting dark. The weather forecast had mentioned possible storms, but nothing severe enough to change my plans. I remember checking my weather app before leaving. 30% chance of rain, nothing major. But man, was that forecast wrong. I was about 20 minutes into my drive when the sky just opened up. Not your typical spring shower. I'm talking biblical downpour, the kind where your wipers can't keep up even at the highest setting. I should have pulled over, found somewhere to wait it out, but I was tired and just wanted to get home to my own bed. The stretch of road between Pinewood Valley and the highway is rural as hell. No streetlights, barely any houses, just dense forest on both sides. During the day, it's actually pretty scenic. But that night, absolutely terrifying. I had the radio on to keep me company, but the storm was interfering with the signal, turning the music into static. So I shut it off and focused on the road ahead, which I could barely see through the rain. My headlights seemed pathetically dim against the darkness and the sheets of water. My knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel so hard. Then came the lightning. Bright flashes that momentarily lit up everything around me. It was during one of these flashes that I first saw him. A man, standing right in the middle of the road. I slammed on my brakes instinctively, feeling my car hydroplane slightly before coming to a stop. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The man had been maybe 30 feet in front of me, just standing there, completely still. In the split second I saw him, I registered that he was wearing all white, like a white button-down shirt and white pants. Soaking wet, but just standing there, staring directly at my car. When my car stopped, I blinked, and he was gone. Just gone. No movement, no running off to the side of the road. Just there 1 second, and gone the next. I sat there for a moment, engine running, trying to process what I'd seen. Maybe it was a trick of the lightning. Maybe my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. I took a deep breath and kept driving, but slower now, eyes scanning the road and the tree line. About 5 minutes later, it happened again. Another flash of lightning, and there he was, the same man in white, this time on the right side of the road. But this time, he wasn't standing still. He was running, no, darting, across the road right in front of me. I jerked the wheel hard to avoid hitting him. Big mistake. On the wet road, my tires lost their grip immediately. I felt the terrifying sensation of my car no longer being under my control. Everything slowed down and sped up at the same time. I remember the headlights illuminating the trees, spinning in my vision, the sound of my own voice yelling, and then the horrible crunch of metal as my car slammed into a tree. The airbag deployed, hitting me in the face with what felt like a punch. For a few seconds, I just sat there in shock, the only sound being the rain hammering on the roof and the hiss of the radiator. My nose was bleeding and my wrist hurt like hell where it had hit the steering wheel, but I could move all my limbs. I was alive. When I got my bearings, I tried to start the car, but nothing happened. The front end was completely smashed against the tree. I was stranded in the middle of nowhere, in a massive storm, with a possibly broken wrist, and I suddenly remembered some stranger wandering around. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder. No signal. Of course, the rational part of my brain told me to stay in the car and wait for help. Someone would drive by eventually, but another part of me was worried about the man I'd seen. What if he was hurt? What if he needed help? Maybe he was drunk or confused, which would explain his bizarre behavior. And if my car had actually hit him? So I did what every horror movie character stupidly does. I got out of the car. The rain hit me like a physical force, soaking me instantly. The wind was howling through the trees, and the lightning was now almost constant, creating strobe-like flashes that made the forest look like it was moving. I used my phone's flashlight to look around, calling out, "Hello, is anyone there? Are you hurt?" No response, except for thunder. I walked about 20 feet back down the road, scanning the ditches on either side. Nothing. No sign that anyone had been there at all. I was shivering, partly from the cold rain and partly from fear, when I heard a car approaching. Headlights appeared through the rain, and I waved my arms frantically. The car slowed and stopped beside me. The driver's door opened, and I almost collapsed with relief when I saw it was my dad. "Rachel, what the hell happened?" he shouted over the storm. I ran to him, probably looking like a complete mess. Soaked, bloody nose, mascara running down my face. "Dad, how did you know I was here?" "I didn't. Your mom got worried about the storm and made me drive after you to make sure you got home safe." He looked past me at my wrecked car. "Jesus, are you okay? Were you hit?" "No." I swerved to avoid someone. There was a man on the road, Dad, dressed all in white. I almost hit him, and then I saw him again, and when I tried to avoid him, I lost control. Dad looked around, his eyes scanning the darkness. "A man? Where?" "I don't know. I was looking for him when you pulled up. He was just standing in the road and then running across it, wearing all white clothes. You didn't pass anyone walking on your way here?" Dad's face changed in a way I couldn't quite read. He put his arm around me and guided me toward his truck. "Let's get you out of this rain first. You're freezing." Once inside his truck with the heater blasting, I repeated my story, but I could tell he was skeptical. "Are you sure, Rachel? It was storming pretty bad. Could have been a deer or something." "It wasn't a deer, Dad. It was a man, clear as day. Tall, thin, white clothes. I saw his face." Dad was quiet for a moment, then said, "We should call the police about your car, but first, let's get you to the ER to check that wrist." As he turned the truck around, I noticed he was gripping the steering wheel tightly, just like I had been. "Dad, what is it? Do you know something?" He sighed. "It's probably nothing. Just an old story around here." "What story?" "The locals call them stormwalkers or lost souls. Supposedly, there are spirits that walk these country roads during bad storms. People have reported seeing them for generations." I stared at him. "Are you serious right now? I told you, it's just an old story. Probably started because these roads get dangerous in bad weather and people need something to blame accidents on besides their own driving." He tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. The ER confirmed my wrist was just sprained, not broken. Dad called the police about my car while we were there, and they said they'd send someone to check it out and have it towed. I ended up staying at my parents' that night, barely sleeping despite the painkillers they gave me at the hospital. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind that weird calm that always follows. The sky was clear blue, like nothing had happened. I was drinking coffee at my parents' kitchen table when my phone rang. The local police station. Ms. Anderson? This is Officer Donovan from the Pinewood Valley Police. We found your vehicle, but you weren't with it. Just checking that you're okay. I explained that my dad had picked me up and that I'd been treated for a sprained wrist. Then I asked, Did you see anyone else out there? A man walking along the road? There was a pause. No, ma'am, no one else was reported in the area. But if you could come down to the station today to fill out an accident report, that would be helpful. Something in his tone made me curious. Sure, I'll be there in an hour. When I arrived at the station, Officer Donovan, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and the weathered face of someone who's seen too much, led me to a small room. After I'd filled out the paperwork, he hesitated, then pulled out a folder. Ms. Anderson, you mentioned seeing a man on the road last night. Can you describe him again? I described what I'd seen: tall, thin, wearing all white clothes, standing in the middle of the road during a lightning flash, then disappearing. Officer Donovan nodded slowly, then opened the folder and pushed a photograph across the table to me. Did he look something like this? The photo was old, black and white, showing a gaunt man with hollow cheeks and deep-set eyes. He was wearing white clothes, a button-down shirt and light pants. I felt the blood drain from my face. That's him. That's exactly who I saw. Who is he? Officer Donovan leaned back in his chair. His name was Joseph Mercer. He died in 1972, over 50 years ago. He was caught in a storm similar to last night's, wandering these same roads. They found his body 3 days later in the woods. He'd been struck by lightning. I stared at him, waiting for the punchline, the admission that this was some sick joke they played on tourists or something. But his face remained serious. You're not the first person to report seeing him, Ms. Anderson. We get a report every few years, always during the worst storms, always the same description. Man in white appears suddenly, causes drivers to swerve or stop. But that's impossible, I stammered. Maybe so, he said, taking back the photograph. But after 25 years on the force here, I've learned there are some things that defy explanation. The old-timers say he's looking for something or someone. Others say he's trying to warn travelers about the dangers of the road. We don't know. I left the police station feeling like I was in some kind of dream. Part of me wanted to dismiss the whole thing. The stress of the accident, the storm, the old local legend all combining to create this bizarre experience. But I know what I saw. It's been 3 months now. My car was totaled, but insurance covered a replacement. I still visit my parents, but I take the longer route through town now, avoiding that stretch of road. I've never told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? But sometimes when it storms, I find myself looking out my window, wondering if he's out there, the man in white, still searching in the rain. And I wonder what would have happened if I had hit him, or if my car had gone just a little more to the left and hit that tree head-on instead of at an angle. Was he trying to hurt me or save me? I guess I'll never know, but I'll never drive that road at night again, especially not during a storm. Some questions are better left unanswered.